This feels weird. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks, boys, girls, and NBs. Fuck, wait, can you hear me from back here? Can you hear me all the same from back here? Okay, maybe I don't have to talk into this. Maybe it's not like the same kind of... You guys like how crispy I am right now? You like that? That's that crispiness is brought to you by Tostitos. I can't even talk. This is crazy. I'm at the 100Thieves CASHAPP compound right now, boys, and I'm live on a live, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic day as well. There is like the eggshell padding on the walls. I know it looks like I'm in prison. I'm not in streamer prison, okay? I am live and alive. This morning I was, trying to set up. That's why I'm a little late, later than usual. It is Tuesday, April 2021, 11:17. I'm a little late, and I apologize. The reason why I'm late is, of course, because I am, as you can see, inside of the CASHAPP compound. What is this? Ass phone. Why does it say Thieves H-app pound? Because, yeah, this is a place for thieves. And they pound you. Anyway, fuck. So today was supposed to be a day where I guess I'm like, I wanted to do something with Will. Will is Will works with 100Thieves a lot, or with CASHAPP a lot as well. And they approached me and asked me to do a Uno thing a while back. And I think this was literally before Austin was even a part of 100Thieves. And I said, sure, I'll do it. Why the fuck not? Didn't realize that it was going to require me to literally take the entire day off. So I was like, I can't do that. They will kill me. My audience will literally murder me if I take a day off and not cover the news. How will they get their news? How will they get the opinions, the correct opinions that they will regurgitate to other people and try to get laid? You know what I mean? Like, if I don't do that, have you seen the spreadsheets that people have put out there? Have you seen the documentation that people have put out there about closely analyzing and tracking my motherfucking progress on Twitch? Talking about, like, OTT, or yeah, time off from task, when you're not talking about politics. Like, come on, get to the politics, streamer. So I told him, look, I'll do this. I'll do the Uno tournament, but I'll do the Uno tournament, which will be happening, and it's starting, like, I think, like, the Uno stuff is starting at around 1. The CASHAPP will be streaming all day. Austin is hosting the entire thing, so get in there. Carl Jacobs is here. Yes, yep, that's there it is. Manic Pixie Ghoul, you are correct. I think he's literally here right now. All of your faves are here, boys. All of your faves, they're all here. They're all the fucking favorite streamers that you have. They're all here. They're all hanging out behind the camera, away from the camera right now, talking shit. They're like, oh man, I love not streaming. I am never gonna stream. I love... Yeah. They're saying, poggers, I can't wait to share our streamer secrets with one another that we will not tell the rest of the audience. This room's a dungeon. It really is. I mean, I guess they have to do it like that. I guess they have to make it kind of like a dungeon because, you know, soundproofed. Like, this shit is super soundproof. Like, you could scream obscenities in here. You could torture someone in here and no one would know outside. It's crazy. I don't know what the audio quality looks like on the other end, on the back end. This is a 0.1 bedroom bathroom, $5,000 a month in Los Angeles, downtown LA. This is literally what downtown LA real estate looks like. That's not even a joke, actually. So. I'm coming to you live from the CASHAPP Black site that they operate for the CIA. This is where they extract information with enhanced interrogation. You know, that's how they do it. I'm like, dude, I am so used to sitting in my own chair with my own setup that, like, shouts out to Mauricio, who works with 100Thieves, who, like, you know, hooked it up big time. He is one of you guys. He's in the chat right now. He was like, oh, I'm actually a huge fan. Like, he literally had like Chatterino and even the Google Chrome extension I use to make videos full screen. Like, he literally had all of that ready to go. Like, he had everything ready to go. Okay. Ahead of time. And even then, with all of that, it's still like kind of it like fucks me up a little bit because, like, I'm not in my own chair. I don't have the godlike noise gate anymore. You fuck the godly noise gate. What do you mean? Is the no? There is no noise gate. I don't think so that you can. Dude, you need to steal this cam and hook it up into your setup. You guys like the camera? How do you enjoy seeing me in like fucking 4K basically? Do you like that? Oh no, the source is 720p right now. Oh, I forgot to fix that. I mean, I usually, you know, I stream in 1080p, but I guess I didn't change that when I was setting up. But it looks really good. Restart stream. I'm not gonna do that. Malding in 4K. Well, Malding in 720p, boys. In any case, this mic makes it sound like you're some weird dude talking into my ear at a bar about Nancy Pelosi with alcohol in his breath. Wait, why? So the this closet setup is really reminding me that I listen to a motherfucker talking to himself 12 hours a day. Really? Wait, I'm confused. I just got here. Where are you? You're in a shadow. You need lighter color on your face. Yeah, I know. I don't know why it's like that. I mean, I guess it's because I have like my hat on. If I take the hat off, it's like perfect, but I have like dog shit hair, so I kind of don't want to take the hat off because I haven't gotten a haircut. The thing is, guys, it's been a while since I've been outside. Okay, since I've been outside my apartment. And it's been a while since I've dressed up. And I was like, I haven't done my hair. I can't do my hair because it's too fucking long right now. I can't really, not at home, can't play RP. Yeah, no RP today, boys. Sorry. No, there is no 5M on this computer. I did not ask for it on purpose. Okay? This man is streaming from the alleyway. Okay, listen. 1 year ago, we did a 420 stream 1 year ago. We did a 420 stream 1 fucking year ago. Can you imagine? In 1 year since 420 with Bog. With Pogue. And Will. Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking crazy, chat? 1 whole ass year. God damn, dude. God damn. God fucking damn. crazy. Anyway. If you smoke weed today, make sure to eat something before you combining your ZJ room with your stream setup. Things can get messy. What the hell is a ZJ? Can you explain to us how Uno works? I've never played before. Dude, I don't even fucking know. Those Cash App boys couldn't fix the massive audio desync? What do you mean? Why? Is there actually an audio desync right now? No, right? There is no audio desync. Yeah, a bit. What? Could be client side. You better win this tournament or I'll cry. Yeah, guys. There's a quarter of a second. Wait, that's crazy. That's like kind of weird actually. Let me see. Quarter of a second. Wait, that's crazy. That's like kind of weird actually. Let me see. Quarter of a... No. I'm watching it. It doesn't seem like it. I think you're like Okay, let's test it. Let's test it. Who's ready? What the fuck am I doing right now? Hey, look who it is, boys. Look who it is. Wow.
Hello.
Very own. Fucking 100Thieves' very own.
That's right. Here I am live from the compound.
Let me, I can't change the opacity of this thing, which fucking sucks. I can't figure this out.
I'm not gonna be able to.
Here, just get down, dude. Just pull up
Somebody
a chair.
in the chat. I was hoping it was
chair,
Will.
dude.
Are you kidding
Pull up
me?
a chair, dude. Pull up a goddamn chair right now. Okay. Dude. This is so tight. Austin's here. Will's gonna be here soon. Is he wearing a chain? Yeah, he's wearing a chain. Will made Austin get this fucking Karl Lagerfeld short sleeve hoodie t-shirt, bro. He's literally wearing Karl Lagerfeld.
Dude, I just don't have any
He's
range.
grown. He's
Dude,
so grown.
Hey, I gotta show him the shoes.
And you're so jacked too. You're
check out the.
Oh yeah, boom!
Check out the shoes.
Oh wait, are you gonna wear this or are you gonna wear the other thing from yesterday?
I'm gonna wear. People want me to wear the other thing from yesterday.
Dude, Austin. You guys remember? Okay, I'm getting so excited, but you guys remember when we had the Austin like fit drip shit when I was telling him like, oh, dress like Harry Styles from 2013 or 2014 because like that will make you look stylish.
Yeah.
Okay, so Austin literally went and got that exact same drip.
I got the exact same outfit. It's snake eye dice on a silk shirt, and it's pinkish.
It's so sick. Okay, you just gotta see it. I saw it yesterday. I was so proud of him.
Maybe I should send somebody back to get it for me. No.
Wow.
It's not like that.
I will send my helper.
No.
I will send a helper back to get it for me.
No, I didn't mean it like.
Oh. Hold on.
No, I didn't.
Where is my 100 Thieves slave? Come on.
No.
Come here. We'll go back to the hotel.
I can't leave. I can't. Normally I would do it. I just can't leave.
Yeah, no.
Because if I leave, I could catch something. So I have to stay here. I've already been tested.
Yeah.
So I could, as soon as you send me out in the wild, this is a isolated building.
He'll go to the gay party that they were having this morning.
Yeah. What the? I was trying to. So
I can't believe he's canceled for homophobia by Minecraft.
Yeah. Okay. So did I really get canceled for that? Okay. God, it scared me. You never know. I mean, people have been canceled for less. Okay. So I was really hungry this morning, and I'm staying near West Hollywood, right? And I go up the elevator because I'm trying to go to the restaurant. And as I go up the elevator, just slowly but surely I hear.
We hope, baby.
And I get up to the top of the floor, and there's 20 men in like man thongs having some sort of like erotic gay dance party. And I'm like, I just want some eggs Benedict, you know?
So homophobic.
I'm not ready to dance.
Eggs Benedict.
That early for an erotic gay dance party, so.
Yeah, Austin was doing a homophobia.
Yep.
He was doing a no growth, and
That's
now
right.
he's canceled.
I'm canceled.
So,
do you like this though? The Carl, whatever the fuck this is?
look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I do not like the
You don't like this?
the short sleeve. I'm not a big fan of the short sleeve hoodie. Wait, what is this? What the fuck is this? LMAO, the corporations have kidnapped Hasan the Hun. It does look like I'm in a fucking CIA black site, dude. It's pretty funny. Like here, like, oh, hold on, let's switch it over here. Boom! Look at that, boys. We got like, I literally have the same exact stream setup. Like I have the stream setup that I have at home, basically.
But you know what is so crazy is you don't like what I'm wearing.
No.
But you like the brand. You're so happy that I'm at least wearing a brand.
Yes, at least you're wearing like Karl Lagerfeld. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't like the style. I'm not a fan of like the short sleeve cutoff hoodies.
Yeah.
But
I thought it said Carl Jacobs.
no, it's just I'm in content prison, boys. No,
Are you drinking coffee?
Yeah, I've been guzzling coffee. I haven't had any yet today, so I'm just dude, this place is fucking insane, dude.
It's so nice.
This place is fucking insane. Like
so
this
nice.
is.
Are you ready to win some money today?
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
Uno?
I'm god.
So Hasan is competing in a Uno tournament. Today there are $450,000 worth of prize money today. Unbelievable amounts of money being thrown around this compound.
I'm literally
in
gonna win it all.
$235 million CASHAPP compound.
Wait, is that real?
No.
Is that how much this compound
no.
is? I mean, probably.
No, it's just gonna add today while I'm on the broadcast. It's gonna continue. It's gonna get more expensive as I.
The $1 billion CASHAPP compound.
It's gonna keep as throughout the broadcast. This is a little teaser. It's gonna keep getting more expensive throughout the broadcast. We're gonna start. I think it's gonna start at like 25 million, and then it's gonna get up into the billions as the broadcast
Hell yeah.
goes later on.
Okay, well you should. You know, one thing you should always do is explain the bit before you do it.
Well, they're not gonna. They're like just a fraction of the audience today.
Wow. There's gonna be. You're saying there's gonna be a billion people.
No,
watching.
I just think that like I think I like.
You said you're nothing.
No,
Did you see
no,
that?
I didn't.
Now that he's 100
No,
Thieves, do you
no,
see
no.
that? Now that
No,
he's
here's the deal.
100
No.
Thieves.
This is how I feel, Hasan. You're painting me as a monster. That's how I feel.
It's like these are 21,000 of you.
No,
nothing.
These are my friends. I think of your community as my friends, and like that I would like get like they're like the people that like I tell stuff to, and like I look in like if I were to like look into a crowd or something, be like, oh, those are my people right there, you know. So I like to tell them all the inside stuff, you know.
Yeah. He's giving you the inside baseball. No,
like,
he's changed. He's
like
changed.
when I was there was a Minecraft stream, and remember that girl that said during the show, she's like. She hosted Jack Manifold, and she said, "Oh no, I'm only here for Hasan. Call
hand
me."
huts, yeah.
Yeah, hand huts. Okay, I went immediately to the chat and I looked for the Haas mods in the chat, and I found several of them. There were a lot. I was like, "Oh, there you guys are. There you guys are. They were there. At it again."
It again. I have a funny story.
Let's hear it.
And Austin is a funny story as well. That is like similar to mine actually.
Okay, let's hear it.
What? He rented a car. Okay,
Yeah.
He rented a car, and he's like very disappointed in the car. He said it was like dog shit. He's like,
Well,
he's like upset that it's not a luxury sedan like he's used.
It doesn't have side impact airbags. I'm gonna die if I get hit.
He literally said this.
It's not built for a car accident.
You are a Midwestern mom.
No, it doesn't. What am I supposed to do?
He's like, I checked. There aren't side impact airbags on this car. I'm like, dude, who looks at that?
Well, come on. Isn't safety important? Am I not the only one that thinks safety's important?
Absolutely insane. That
side impact airbags don't. I mean, what if you get hit from the side? You know?
Oh fuck! I forgot to tweet that I'm live, dude. Holy shit! I got so into. I still haven't signed the contract to fucking do today's event.
You haven't?
No, I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. This is like.
You forgot to tell your story.
I'm gonna tell the story as well. This is how it always is for me, dude. It's like hard. Okay. Daycare is open.
Chat, safety first, right?
I am inside the 100 Thieves CIA black site enhanced interrogation room doing a broadcast. What is that? What is? Are you putting? No, don't put cream on your face. You should have makeup on.
No.
Oh, it's your hair. Okay. All right. I thought you were literally gonna put cream on your face.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Hasan, I'm gay. I know not to touch my face.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
Talking to me like I'm a straight guy.
Well, I mean, dude. Okay. I probably put more makeup on my face than you have in your life. Okay?
No, I know, but like I just know. Like.
Okay, hold on. Daycare's open. I'm inside the 100 Thieves CIA black site enhanced interrogation room doing a broadcast. Here, I'll say Austin. Austin is here with me. I can't believe you have like 2 accounts now. You're such a fucking Minecraft streamer, dude.
My alt account?
Yeah, you
like my alt account?
I love when like massively popular people are like, I have an alt account now, and it's like, you don't have an alt account, motherfucker. It's just another account.
It's an alt.
Once you have 100,000 followers on your alt account, it's not an alt account.
It's an alt. It's undercover. Not many people can see what happens.
What's up with that? Like, why do people?
It's no pressure. I can tweet more erotic things over there. I feel like. Well, now I can't because more people.
Hey guys, this is my secret account. Oh, how many fucking followers do you have on your secret account? Oh, just 700,000 instead of the 1.7 million on my regular.
I can just say what I want to say. Like,
yeah.
I can't say the lyrics of Wet Ass Pussy on my main channel because sponsors see that.
Have you guys not seen any of the alerts, by the way? I don't know what's going on. I put the alerts on, but it's not showing up, I feel like. Pogue is the only streamer with an actual alt. Yeah. Hold on. Let me fucking broadcast that I'm live. Let me get in now. Make an alt Twitch account? No, I'm not going to do that.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay,
you want anything?
No, I'm good. Who else is here right now, Austin?
Huh?
Who else is here?
Huh?
Connor 6 Froggy.
Do I need to get going? I'm ready.
Oh. Bro, you are so right. Someone said your alerts are probably in front, behind the camera. It's literally behind the camera. Oh my God, chatter. Brilliant, dude. Brilliant chatter. There it is. The alerts are actually here. I just like turned them off for now. I didn't even think about that. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Oh, story.
Okay, I
Nice
tweeted that I'm
face,
live.
mate.
Finally, here. Go blast this, boys. Here it is. Anyway, so Austin's got your regular fucking
No side impact, airbag, rental car.
Yeah, he's unhappy about it because it's like not cool.
Well, it was too expensive. It was like $100 a day for this rental car, plus taxes, plus insurance.
It's not a Lambo. Just say it like it is. He's used to a Lambo.
I don't.
He's used to a certain level of quality from a vehicle because he's used to driving around in a Lambo. So when it's not a Lambo, he's like, it's not a Lambo.
I got
Anyway,
motivated watching your streams
so-
to do stuff I didn't think I
So
could.
he rolls up,
Since
and I have
started
a.
watching
He's
iPhone
complaining about this
essay
yesterday.
contest and a public speaking
Earlier today, I
competition.
roll up to the
So
CASHAPP
thanks,
compound,
dude.
okay, and you guys, I don't want to flex too much, but you know I have a 2011, not even 2010, as we found out yesterday, or on Sunday, a 2011 Toyota Camry Sport V6 with leather seats, okay, with leather seats that also heat up.
Nicer than my Camry was.
I'm sorry, it's a massive flex. I know, champagne socialist. I know. I roll up to the compound. There's like these massive security guards outside of the compound, okay? Because it's a CIA black site where they're doing enhanced interrogation. I go, can I park in here? He goes, no. I'm like, why not? I'm here for the event. He's like, no. The parking lot is for talent only. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm talent. He stops for a second and then immediately goes, what kind of talent? What do you mean? Like, I was like, I'm one of the streamers that is involved in the event today.
Hope Hasan partake.
And he literally did not believe me, dude. He's like, no fucking way. Cause like I look at the parking lot and there's like literally like Lamborghini SUVs and shit now in the parking lot. Cause all these motherfuckers have
There's
like
Lamborghinis, Mercedes, Beamers, and then Hassan's Camry and my Hyundai. So a little bit before he pulls in, I pull up. All three of them rush to the car and stop me at the entrance.
Whoa, you can't go in here.
They say, stop. They say, who are you? I said, I'm the host. And they said, oh, no, only talent. I said, wait, no, but I'm...
He thought you meant like the server host.
Yeah, like the host, like the hostess at the front or something. He said, only talent. I said, no, but I'm like a part of the broadcast. And then they finally let me in.
You know Will's not getting in either, in the same way. Like, they're probably gonna be like, no, you park on the street. Get the fuck out of here, you poor.
Well, what does Will drive?
He drives like a Buick. He doesn't have a nice car either.
That's all right.
He drives a Buick that literally doesn't have a side mirror. He has not had a side mirror for, I believe, 4 years.
You don't need a side mirror in LA.
Oh
my God.
Never mind. They definitely let him in easy.
Yeah.
They definitely let him in easy. Never mind. Did they give you problems at the door at all?
No.
Why would they? You're literally royalty, dude.
Pogo.
Not many of you know this, but this is traditional Uno garb. Uno was a king's game that they used to train the princes with. Huzzah!
Okay, this guy.
Dude,
remember we were supposed to be riverboat? We were supposed to be like riverboat gamblers, like, and I was gonna do my like transatlantic. Okay, dude, too much. I'm gonna get fucking banned right now.
Why?
Is that what you're trying to do? Look at your cock.
Cod piece.
Okay. Okay.
Oh God, that's so
Will and I were supposed to do riverboat gamblers, but he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna rent a costume." I'm like, "Why? Like we're riverboat gamblers. We could just be we could just wear like a 3-piece, you know what I mean? And you know, maybe like a timepiece or something with like a chain." And he decided last second that he's gonna do French royalty. Wait, he was supposed to try to get you to dress up too.
He was gonna get me a costume, but I thought I'd go with the
LA fuckboy costume.
The boots, my Austin Powers boots.
So are those?
Wait,
are those
the
Dior?
buckle.
Oh, they're not.
Are they what?
They're not Christian Dior, are they?
I don't know what they are. Will knows, but they zip from the back.
That's perfect.
6 months,
I hate having to like put on boots. It's like the worst part about boots.
Hey, look, I don't know what the difference in these boots are and the ones that I used to wear. What's
Bro, you literally look like 100 Thieves Andy now.
Really? Is that good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it makes me happy because, like, you know, you at least have like some...
You actually did change me. I just need a ring. Well, somebody gave me a ring this morning and it scared the shit out of me because it got stuck on my finger. I borrowed a ring and I had to get like soap to get it off because it got stuck.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was like, I need rings, and someone was like, I have a bunch of rings. You can try mine. And it was Mauricio. He's the person who hooked it up. He goes, here, take my mother's wedding ring.
Yeah, or something. I put it on and it gets stuck immediately.
Immediately stuck in his fucking fat fingies. He's like, oh yeah, sorry. Yo, you know, sorry to your mother's wedding ring, but it's mine now. Like, this is my ring now.
Your mother's wedding ring is a part of the drip.
Yeah, sorry. It you know.
So,
Daily dose of HasanAbi. Am I allowed to upload this? Yeah, you can upload whatever you want. Daily dose of HasanAbi.
Okay.
How's Joe Biden doing, my man, Joe Biden?
Joe Biden is saying that he's praying for a guilty verdict in the Chauvin trial. Hopefully that doesn't get used against the Chauvin trial, by the way.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do not sell my information. Okay, except cookies.
Is he doing good or no?
He's doing all right. I mean, he's not doing great.
Love you, bro.
He's not doing great?
He's not doing great yet. But by the way, the only problem that I have with this place, is that it's they don't have speakers. Like that's literally the only difference that I have. I also feel a little lightheaded. I don't know what it is. I feel a little delirious right now.
Really? Are you okay? You want me to take your blood pressure?
What? I'm all right, dude. I've been tested like 8 times.
Well, I know you don't have COVID. You could have be having a stroke or something. That's
What? No, yeah. I feel I feel the faint smell of toast, burning toast.
Oh. Is
No,
that what the? Oh.
That is what happens when you're. You know.
I had a procedure recently. I won't say what it is, but I had to be put under for it.
He got a cock shrinkage.
Yeah, it was too large.
Too big, too large.
So I had a procedure done recently,
You had
and
to
I
get
was
it whittled
so
down
terrified.
to 11 inches.
But I was on this stuff called Profithol, right?
The sand they got
And this is
you,
what the
brother.
nurse tells me beforehand. I don't know if this is never mind. I can't say what he told me. There's no actually, never mind. There's no fucking way I can say what he told me. Anyway, this Profithol stuff that they put you on. Back now. Yes. Come,
Oh
please, pull
hell
up a
yeah!
chair.
Pull up a chair. Pull up a chair.
Is it a chair?
I mean, I don't know. There's like different rooms
6
in here,
months
dude.
subs.
You're
Take
talent,
Bezos'
bro.
money.
You're talent. Just ask for
Did
fucking.
they question you when you drove up?
Just no. Yeah. No. We both got.
we
stopped.
both got stopped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were like, you can't come in here. This is for
both of
talent
us.
only.
I said I was the host, and they're like, only talent.
I pulled up and I went,
Well, yeah, you're dressed like that. They
LFG
probably were like,
6
this
months
guy's
in this
talent.
venue.
Also, he's the third of the day. You know, why are you double fisting waters right now?
This is Will's one.
Oh, okay. He's just trying to stay hydrated, dude. This is exciting.
Ben Franklin.
I told him. He said he's gonna look like a French Duke. I'm like, bro, you literally look like a pilgrim.
a pilgrim?
I mean, not a pilgrim, cause like, wait, isn't this
This is your
mine?
cane.
Oh my God, this is my cane. When I had, why did I have this? Oh, I had knee surgery.
Yeah.
And I literally went and I was like,
you were dripping out with
when I had knee surgery,
Look at this.
yeah, look at how broken it is because I literally used it. So it like shoved into the fucking, because it's not like a therapeutic, like actual cane, right? So look, I'm gonna show you this.
It's a drippy cane.
Oh, you
Not
can't change
for
the focus on
function.
this, right? Yeah. It's not for
Cheers.
it's not for real function, so it's like actually shoved in from my body weight and like
Happy
it's
5
broken,
months
but
and
it's very cool.
420
Here you go.
Habibi.
Oh. What are we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about how like we just didn't get allowed in to the parking lot because of my Toyota Camry Sport. They were like, this car is way too sick. We can't put it in the parking lot.
I was about my Hyundai. I was telling about my Hyundai with no side impact airbags.
Dude, only Austin would look up the safety rating of his vehicle.
I'm
after
so
sitting
sure-
in it
yeah.
Immediately, like the rental vehicle.
It's also not even like regular airbags or like a recall or anything. He's just like, there's no side impact.
Okay, but hear me out here. This is
There's
what
no
pisses
roll
me off.
cage in my Hyundai.
Okay, it
Why did I
says
do this?
that that the car is at a high risk of rolling. Is what there's a sign on the front. It says high roll risk, no side impact airbags. It's so like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't even like a
Your Hyundai.
yeah, my Hyundai is like
Love you, Ajan. Happy holidays.
anyway.
Yeah.
This outfit is so heavy.
Is it?
So it's like 30 pounds.
Wait, what the
It's
fuck?
like wearing
Why?
a weight vest. It's so
Why?
dense. I don't
Oh,
know.
it's really hot out too.
so hot out. Are we playing outside?
No,
Oh,
I don't
God.
think so.
Just in the rolling heat, blackout.
Yes.
I love this though. I love what you got going on.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
These are my shoes.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's not shocking. You have the same slippies, but the one that says like "screw you," right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Hassan,
Austin, bring back Raj
doesn't-
Royale PLS.
like,
I'm not a fan of the cutoff sleeves. I do like the brand though. I think
Yeah.
that Karl Lagerfeld.
You do forget one thing.
What?
He's gay.
I don't know. I don't. What is it like? What do they get? Like the gays get a +3 buff on
Casey
fucking.
420,
on, like, wearing shit?
420, Casey 420.
it's true. Yep,
Okay. All right. I didn't know that. +3 gay privilege.
that's right. Gay privilege.
Well, you do forget that he tweeted out earlier that you know there was some there was
yeah,
a
remember
gay
when-
erotic sex party at his hotel that he's staying at, and he
remember
was
the
very
gay
upset.
erotic dance party with the man thongs? Remember?
Oh.
Wait,
yes,
why
this
would
is what
he
you
know?
woke up to.
Wait, why does he know that?
I told him about it.
I was
Oh.
one of the performers.
What
I
did
was
you
like,
guys-
you're staying here?
Yeah. Why?
So
Why does he? You made it seem like you guys fucked, dude. Like, remember the gay erotic sex party after you know we woke up together?
Listen, it's hard out there for a smaller streamer.
It
okay?
is, it
Sometimes
is.
I gotta shake this pickle to make ends meet.
It's true.
Jesus Christ, dude.
How do you think I afforded the costume?
Yeah, he had a gig.
But this is where we're at now. We got like who's here? Who are some of the you can hype up the town too.
Yeah.
This is like weirdly turning into a fucking promo show for CASHAPP, which that wasn't what it was supposed to be.
I'm here. Hasan is here. WillNeff is here. Valkyrie is here.
Free
Courage
Hasan
is here.
from the
Nade Shot is
backside
here.
towards
Carl Jacobs is
420
here.
boys.
Yep.
Cutie Cinderella is here.
Yes.
Ludwig is here.
Yes.
At the compound.
The Botez
sisters who look fabulous, by the way. Have you
Yes,
seen
they
their
do.
dress?
I think I saw them. They literally look like Michelle Obama.
They look like
They're wearing
they're
the-
out of the Devil Wears Prada.
Yeah, I saw them roll up to the compound, and I was like, oh my god, like are these like what's going on right
Yeah,
now?
no, the white. They were wearing white. Well, I won't.
Bose is here.
Bose is here. Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her yet. I should go say hi. I'm gonna go say hi to some people.
You can tell them to come in here as well. It doesn't
Okay.
really matter.
I'm gonna
unless
go
they
do
don't
the
wanna
rounds, and I'm gonna make sure I'm
All right,
practiced and
I'll
rehearsed.
spend 5 more minutes here, and then when is our trivia?
Oh, trivia is, it's gonna be a bit. We have some time.
Oh,
You just
sweat.
sweat.
It's like
20 months
TwitchCon,
past.
basically. It's like half TwitchCon.
Yeah, it's fun.
Without
great.
any of you.
Yeah. It's fun to you know, be around friends. I'm just excited that like I get to hang out with you guys. Honestly,
I know.
Yeah.
like I haven't in a while.
I know.
So
You've
it's
been in your little Italian world.
I know.
you know?
I know. I'm no longer an Italian man anymore.
No, you're
okay?
not an Italian.
I'm just me.
That was really funny. Yesterday, Hasan saw Austin and I run up and hug each other, and he's like, "Wait, Austin's here?" And then he's like, "Why didn't you hit me up?" And Austin was like, "I've given up, dude. You're an Italian man. You live in Los Santos now. I didn't even know you'd be in Los Angeles."
No, which is why I'm getting better. Okay, that's why we're just only doing a regular stream here, and then afterwards I can't believe you're moving into the 100Thieves house. Yeah, no, this is it. This is the house that they all live in, and I'm here now. I'm in their dungeon. I'm in their streaming dungeon.
I'll be back, guys.
Bye, Austin.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
You look hot, by the way.
Thank you.
Are you gonna smoke up? Can you tell the dude in the lace bib that I do not trust him? What does that even mean?
The lace bib.
I do not lace bib. He says.
Mr. Ajan, please show
You
us the
Philistine,
Totino's
you simply
Fortnite
do not
Premium
understand. This is the article of royalty. His sartorial expression. You fool, you simpleton.
You're right to not trust me. I'm most devious, especially after I've eaten some soft cheeses.
Soft cheese, the mark of royalty in our times. Oh,
Can I interest you in a soft cheese?
what? Why are you giving soft cheese to? Here, you talk to them. I gotta go pee. Can I walk outside without the fucking
You're supposed to have a mask.
Okay. All right.
But it's okay.
I'm talent. It should be all right.
Welcome.
Happy 400.
This is now my stream.
There's space in here, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, check these fucking
Crepe check. Show them the crepes. Crepe check.
Yeah, it's a pink thing, bruv. Oi, bruv.
Crepe check.
Uh.
Nike Dunk Halloween edition.
Has right
No,
left,
it's the
right
fucking-
has
it's
left.
the fucking backboard, shattered backboards, bruv. Oi, bruv. It's the fucking shattered backboards, bruv.
Wah, 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 wah.
Pink ting. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be back.
All right, go pee.
Get on that crazy
Hello.
boys, thank me later.
This morning I woke up and I played upon my harpsichord. Something light. How is everybody doing? This is nice. I gotta be honest. It's nice to have him out in the real world. It's nice to be
Hey,
around people. We had to do more COVID screening than I think is required to get into the White House right now. We've done something like 6 COVID tests in the last month. I think we're all vaccinated too. But
Happy
it feels
420.
cool. So happy 420, everybody. I hope that this is a very fun show today. As you can tell, I live to make people laugh. Dude, I walked out in this outfit and someone was like, what are you doing? Why are you wearing that? And I'm like, to get a competitive advantage. Woo! And then I like sashayed away. I don't even know. I don't think they thought I was in the card game. I think they just thought I was like an insane person. Like a Bitcoin millionaire who's just lost his shit. How's everybody's 420? Are you guys blazing? Are you blazing that perp, Dad? Are you fucking hitting the carb, Daddy? Fucking clearing milky bong rips, dude? Oh, shit. Oh, my God, dude. I'm working. To all of those that can't celebrate the holiday because you're working, you know, feels bad, man. But I'm right there with you. Solidarity. What does Hasan talk about? Political stuff? Wait, I can do the, hey, it's me, Don Pecorino. Hey, I got a car that's way too expensive over here. I need to get the dongle. Where's the dongle? Donnie, it's me, Buddha. We have to get the dongle. I kind of did like halfway between Dobby from Harry Potter and Buddha there. It was kind of more Dobby than it was Buddha. Do you guys feel at home? Is that like pretty close to the normal content? Here's what I know for a fact. Hasan is watching this stream from the bathroom right now. Hasan, if you're watching this stream from the bathroom right now, write in chat. Let's see. What are the chances? Can we get a prediction on this? You just gobbled your last goo. Oh my God, this outfit is so tight and heavy. It's, guys, my body is honestly getting heavy from just wearing this. I'm like exhausted. It's like compressing my ribs too. It's a little hard to breathe.
Time really goes.
Here's what I know. We are not gonna do well at this card game. Oh, hello.
Hello.
When's the last time you played Uno?
I played Uno with like XQC and a bunch of other people.
Okay.
Discord is saying something.
That's a
about
pretty high level
Amaya's
of competition. The
pornography. What
juicer
is that
plays
about?
everything at an
Is that some
extreme
sort
level.
of inside joke?
Yeah,
Something
but
having to do
yeah, I
with
mean
Austin?
we're playing
I am
against like
confused.
fucking some like Minecraft kids and shit. You know what I mean? Like we got Carl Jacobs, who's like it's like impossible for him to be mean. I think like physically impossible.
Right. So we
Happy
guilt him into
420.
not giving us
Hey,
straw
Austin
twos.
3.
Like I thought we were friends.
Yeah, literally.
Minecraft.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look. Like, let's see who we're running against. We got professional players though. I mean, we got pro gamers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
The Botezes at our table, they are tactical geniuses.
Fuck!
Tactical masterminds.
This is a disaster. I mean, you know what happened on Hive Mind.
Yeah.
What was the Gamba?
We're gonna have to ban their dad from the chat, first and foremost.
Oh, absolutely.
And then my thought is, you play maybe the first round, and I will saunter around the table and make them feel uncomfortable. Yes. Yes.
You guys
I must leave now.
you guys can pull me in whenever when we're doing the other stuff.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna get in, boys. I'm gonna get into some regular new stuff in a second. Okay. All right. We'll just throw this back here. Okay. The Paul Frogs are gonna make another fucking spreadsheet after this one. Okay. The Gamba was if you were watching the stream in the bathroom. I was not. No. Did you bring your computer or how does streaming work? No. So
15 months, baby.
this is literally their like streaming compound, right? So they have a double PC setup. Currently I'm on a double PC here. So it's just all set up ahead of time. and everything is
6 months pog.
I don't know how to describe it. Everything is just like perfectly set up, I guess. Abi Closer ile tanışım. Closer kim lan? Cool that your sub animations work and stuff. Yeah, that stuff is on the back end. So all I need to do is like, I did not bring my OBS scenes with me. I just made them when I got here. But it's not that hard to make my OBS scenes, guys. It's I've done remote streams before, so I'm like very used to doing remote streams. You see what I'm saying? It's not really a problem. Do you guys like this microphone and camera angle and shit? Who's streaming the Uno game? I believe the Uno tournament will be broadcast on like the CASHAPP. I'll raid them afterwards. I told the CASHAPP people that I would raid them afterwards for letting me fucking stream here. Wait, 100Thieves is a Turkish LoL player? Really? I don't know if they're going to under these Türk oynuyor. Vay amına koyayım. Vay Türklere bak be. Mic isn't close enough to your camera. Is that a Shure mic like you have? Yeah, but the settings are very different.
6 months subbed. Haas Boggies love watching my two dads stream. Much love, boys.
Dude, the camera quality is so much better than yours. Gotta get you to whatever that is. Yes, this is a fucking actual 4K camera. You look too imposing. It's like you're sitting right across from me. Yeah, I don't know.
Pogo.
What happens if the Chauvin results break during the stream? Then I get up during the Uno tournament. I have a pager like I'm a fucking doctor, okay? And I get up during the Uno tournament and I say, "There's breaking news! I must go!" And then I run back into my fucking little streamer cubby here, okay? Away from everyone, okay? I say, "Hey, sorry for the massive thing that you guys put together with all these other streamers, but like I have to go back to my streamer cubby and literally sit alone by myself rather than, hang out with you guys and rather than fulfill the obligations that I promised that I would do." You know what I mean? Also, boys, girls, and MBs, it is top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. You already know what the fucking deal is. You already know the vibes. We're gonna run a fucking 1-minute ad right now, okay? So, let me do that real quick. Oh, fuck it. Okay, here it is. Thank God, because I can't read Twitter by myself. Thanks. Exactly. For me, it's the blue reflection in your glass that are distracting. I wear glasses too, and I hate it. These are like anti-reflective too. I like. You did that when RBG died? Yeah. Do you think they will inject liquid weed into my vaccine today? Maybe. I was going to partake in the devil's lettuce, but I am not. Anyway, let's get started. Let's do some we're doing a little field trip today, but there's still news that is going on, so let's get started with that. Let's take a look at what's happening. Fuck, I need to
25 months Zaddy.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did I just like randomly? Oh god, Twitch notifications are so fucking cringe, dude. It like randomly when you click on fucking when I click on my application, I just like randomly fucking click into whoever the fuck is going live in that moment. It's great. Wait, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell CASHAPP what my Cash application is. Hold on 1 second, guys. Who was it? I think it was like Nixie or something. Like, I didn't look. Okay, Joe Manchin is sitting on the Pro Act. Fucking Cinema is sitting on the Pro Act. We'll take a look at what oh, he signed the Pro Act. Never mind. Oh, fuck, my bad. Kirsten Cinema is the one who's sitting on the Pro Act. Let's take a look at what Joe Manchin had to say. Okay, let's take a look.
Pleased to announce that I am co-sponsoring the PRO Act. 50% of unions fell in their first year of organizing. This legislation will level the playing field. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to move this bill through a legislative process.
I can't tell if there's a delay because of the video or if there's a it seems like there's a delay. Why does this look like a deep fake? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Camera quality is sick, but you have a shadow on your face. It's hella annoying. Okay, shut up. Stop crying, okay? Yeah.
Come for the politics, stay for the nice to see you all getting together, bit of a return to normalcy.
Anyway, there's a new Trump on-camera interview. I don't know how much time you have. Shut the fuck up. Oh, here, we're going to talk about this, obviously. There's a state of emergency that has been declared in Minneapolis. Ahead of the Derek Chauvin verdict. We've talked about this already. The jury is now deliberating. The jury is officially in the deliberations process, which means they are going to figure out if Derek Chauvin is beyond a reasonable doubt guilty of murdering George Floyd. Now, obviously, if you're a sane person, you already know that. You believe that. That is what happened. Why are you on 720p but look like 4K? It looks great. My camera quality is really good, but the stream quality is 720p. I forgot to change it to 1080p. Unfortunately, I don't know why they do 720p here, but on the OBS side, they have it limited to 720p. But my stream quality is at I'm literally at a. Are you able to check Discord mod channel on the setup or not? If not, I will say it in chat too low. Yes, I do not have Discord here. I didn't even log into my Discord, so you have to reach me through the stream.
On edge, law enforcement is on high alert across the country in anticipation of the verdict. 250 National Guard troops have been activated in D.C., and thousands of National Guard soldiers have been deployed throughout Minneapolis. Elwin Lopez is there with the latest. Good morning, Elwin.
Good morning, Michael. Here in Minneapolis, shops and businesses like this one boarded up. Take a look at these barricades set up here, and thousands of National Guardsmen and troopers have been brought in from other states to help and assist local authorities here and are on alert as the state of emergency has been declared in the region ahead of a verdict in the trial of Derek Chauvin. Now, the governor saying that they cannot allow civil unrest, but that they also need to listen to those communities in pain, adding that systemic and fundamental changes need to be made, and that's what we've been hearing for days from protesters across the nation over police killings. Now, here in the Twin Cities, hundreds of high school students walked out of class in protest on Monday, and starting tomorrow here, schools will remain remote through Friday as the world awaits a verdict. Michael.
All right, Elwin, thank you so much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robert.
Okay, but don't full screen a pair of titties on your camera because it's very visible from your glasses. Dude,
So
it'll be fine, I
crazy
think.
shit that's going to happen today, Hassel.
Wow, look at that. Labor union in Minnesota was able to get the National Guard kicked out of one of their labor centers that they were using to stage
right
at.
now. We've raised our issues with the union leadership. Are you guys taking off?
His voice break.
There's suddenly a lot of movement here. You can see all these folks
Love all the content, Hassel.
seem to be moving in quite a hurry here. Prior to us getting here, for those of you that just turning in,
Who's this stamper?
again, my name is Cliff Willing. I'm a registered nurse here in the Twin Cities areas. And we found out that one of the building trades folks had allowed the National Guard to occupy the labor center here in St. Paul, Minnesota. Obviously, in the context of the uprisings against Derek Chauvin killing of George.
I don't know if technically this is the Third Amendment or not. That's why people are saying Third Amendment. For those of you who don't know, the Third Amendment in the Constitution of the United States dictates that no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. I don't know if it's considered a house or not. That's why. Hey, what? Come in. Oh, I am.
Love
Yeah.
seeing these boys together. Love this
Oh,
content.
oh, what's good,
1
man? Nice
420.
to meet you in person.
Finally.
Yeah, I gave you, I DM'd you what my Cash App name is and stuff.
On the back end.
Okay, perfect.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah.
Finally meet you.
Yeah, this facility's great. By the way, it's awesome. I mean, this is.
Invite.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely take advantage of that for sure.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So,
This is Mr. Cash App. John Cash App is here, guys. I don't know if they can see you in the corner there, but
Mr. Cash App?
yeah, John Cash App. That's him. It's John Cash App.
Who wants some subs?
Yeah. Anyway, okay, well, this is great. I'll keep it going, and I'll raid you guys when I'm done with the stream. I'll probably end a little bit earlier too. There's not a lot of. I mean, hopefully there. I mean, I want the jury to come to a
Some
verdict.
hyper Italian hands. That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
Hyper Italian hands. Can I see some of this? I just love that one.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, guys.
The boys are together. Earth is
bye.
healing. Heart.
That room couldn't look any more uncomfortable. I mean, it is a little uncomfortable, but like it has to be fucking locked up because it's very otherwise it would be super loud. Everybody would. Why are you in a cabin? I'm in a streaming room.
Incoming for child support.
Only a few feet away from the. Guys, I think they changed the Tostitos Fortnite room. By the way, I think it's now the Valorant training room. I don't know. It could still be the Tostitos Fortnite training room. I don't know. The lighting is so bad, though. It's crazy. It's not bad. It's just that I have a hat on. Are you gonna decorate it? It's not my room, motherfucker. This is literally like the 100 Thieves compound. I'm just streaming from in here because, guys, I described this already, but I guess I'll have to repeat myself a bunch more times. But I am currently in the 100 Thieves Cash App compound. The reason why I'm in the 100 Thieves Cash App compound is because I have an Uno tournament that I'm going to be participating in. Now, the Uno tournament that I'm going to be participating in requires me to be within the facility for the entire day. Why? Well, because there are a lot of COVID restrictions. We have been tested twice. I got tested again this morning, and also on top of that, I got a rapid test as well. So, for this reason, I am in here and I am streaming from in here. Okay, let's just go back to the fucking do they have Diet Mountain Dew? No. But I did mention that the only limitation I have is that there's no Diet Mountain Dew here. And Courage immediately was like, let's order some Diet Mountain Dew immediately. We'll get it for you. We'll get it set up for you. I'm like, no, I was just kidding. Like don't do that, please. That would be very embarrassing if I had some guy literally like a runner go and grab Diet Mountain Dew for me like I'm some fucking diva. What is this? Hi there, HasanAbi. Fuck. Hi there, HasanAbi. It seems your average political content dropped 5.31 from last month. I'm gonna need those numbers to pick up if you want an additional hour in the sunroom this week. If you want to see the sun, you need to deserve it. If you want to deserve it, you need to stream more politics. Are you a Cash App streamer now? No, I'm not a fucking Cash App streamer, chat. I'm doing a tournament that Cash App is sponsoring, an Uno tournament that Cash App is sponsoring. I wanted to do so I would, you know, hang out with Will and all this shit. Who's gonna cook your tendies today? I don't know. I'm just gonna eat whatever the fuck they got here today. I am not a part of 100 Thieves. Hey, HasanAbi, I want to lick your beard. Okay, nice, dude.
Yes.
Good shit. Okay, let's
George Floyd and the trial there, and then the additional racist police killing of Daunte Wright in Brooklyn Center just several days ago. We came down here to confront them.
Very excited for today. Love 100 Thieves as an organ.
Folks seem to be moving nice and quickly here.
Today.
And moving out of the labor center. I want to give you a sense of how many people were down here, how many National Guard were down here.
Hey, Hussein.
Let's keep in mind from the labor movement perspective, the National Guard, we understand that these are working class folks, multiracial, multi-gendered, working class folks, but the labor movement of the National Guard has had a river of blood between the
Will you be playing GTA later? No. I can't. Because I am, I did not ask to put GTA on this computer. What the fuck is this 720p shit? Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, the quality is at 720p. Okay, here is some more information on the deliberations. What to know about the deliberations that are ongoing.
Sonny Hostin and jury and trial consultant Joellen Demetrius. Good morning to you both. And Sonny, I want to start with you. As a former prosecutor, what's your take on this jury?
You know, juries are, as TJ mentioned, loath to convict police officers, especially because it's counterintuitive for many jurors because they feel that police officers' role is to protect and serve. And I think that is why you see so few police officers being held to account when you see the death of unarmed black men. I think that this jury is a diverse jury. We're talking about 7 women, 5 men. We're also talking about a racial diversity. And I think that's going to be important because we do know that there is a difference in the experience of policing when it comes to different racial groups. And so I suspect that race will be a factor in the jury room.
And Joellen, what strikes you about the jury?
Well, first of all, I concur with Sonny on her overview of the jury. I would also say what's unique about this jury is that in jury selection, what we saw was each side picking what's was picking those people who believe in law enforcement, those people who probably are Caucasian, those people that are older, those people who perhaps had businesses or were concerned about businesses being burned down, whereas the prosecution was looking for what's traditionally a defense jury, and they were looking for probably people of color. They were looking for potentially lower socioeconomic levels. So that's what's first very uniquely different about this jury.
Sonny, the jurors have 3 charges to consider. So how do you see that playing out as they deliberate?
You know, they're going to be looking at second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and also second-degree manslaughter. The second-degree manslaughter only requires culpable negligence. So that is the least culpable charge. And I think it's going to give them the opportunity to reach a compromise verdict, because there may be some jurors that feel like second-degree murder, third-degree murder, those are sort of depraved mind charges. They may not be able to get there because of some of the factors that are at play.
I think out of all the charges, like third-degree manslaughter, it's the worst one. Like that will rile the people up, especially if it's like out of all the charges, like if they go with the or third-degree murder, sorry, second-degree manslaughter, like anything beyond second-degree murder. And I feel like, yes, the audio is slightly delayed, and I think that's because this is a two computer stream setup. It will probably cause a lot of conflict and a lot of strife, because of how unjust it is, basically. Like, It's going to be regarded as unacceptable. He's charged with second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. The two questions are basically whether Chauvin caused Floyd's death and whether his actions were reasonable. And each of the charges require a different element of proof. Okay? For all the three charges, what the prosecutors had to prove was that Chauvin caused Floyd's death, okay, and that his use of force was unreasonable. Those are very easy to prove from my point of view, okay? The problem is all it takes is one juror to not agree. To convict on any of these three counts, jurors must find that Chauvin used a level of force that would be considered unreasonable to an objective officer in his position. Hindsight cannot be a factor. The charges differ when it comes to Chauvin's state of mind. With second-degree murder, there is a level of intent. Like, Derek Chauvin intended to murder this person.
Wait.
Not an intent to kill, but that Chauvin intended to apply force to Floyd. Okay? Which he did. All the way down to manslaughter, which will be the lowest charge. If he's convicted with manslaughter, then that only requires proof of culpable negligence. As in, he did not intend to apply the level of force that would have ended up murdering him, I guess. Second-degree unintentional murder is felony murder. To prove this count, prosecutors had to show that Chauvin killed Floyd while committing or trying to commit a felony. In this case, a third-degree assault. They didn't have to prove Chauvin intended to kill Floyd, only that he intended to apply force that caused the bodily harm. Okay? Like, Derek Chauvin, from my point of view, literally was just like, I want to murder this motherfucker. Like, this motherfucker is pissing me off and I want to murder him. But that's not the level of intent that you need to prove for second-degree unintentional murder. The only thing they have to prove is that Derek Chauvin intended to apply the amount of force on Derek Chauvin, which he did. Like, his foot being off the ground when his knee was on George Floyd's neck is a pretty fucking open and shut case. That's why they covered so much. That's why they covered this part of the murder so extensively. Did I say on George Floyd? Did I say the wrong thing? Derek Chauvin intended to murder George Floyd, and that's pretty obvious with his. What is this, dude? Why are you fucking sending this right now when we're in the middle of this? Come on. Okay. That's why the prosecutors called several medical experts that testified that Floyd died from a lack of oxygen, you remember, because of the way he was restrained, including a recreation of the entire scene where they went extensively, where they went point by point and thoroughly showed that the knee on the neck of George Floyd restricted airflow, that being smashed onto the concrete that applied extra pressure restricted his airflow, that he was handcuffed behind his back, okay, and that Derek Chauvin even pulled his hands, applied pressure to his hands by pulling his hands away from his body. He restricted airflow that way as well. Okay. A use of force expert said it was unreasonable to hold Floyd in the prone position for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, handcuffed and face down in the pavement. That's what the prosecutors chosen use of force expert had said. Prosecution's witness Seth Stockton said no reasonable officer would have believed that that was an appropriate, acceptable, or reasonable use of force. Premeditation is incredibly hard to prove. You do not need to prove premeditation for second-degree unintentional murder. Or premeditation to murder. All you need to prove is that he intended to use force, okay? That he intended to use the force that ended up killing him. And that's it. If Derek Chauvin knew George Floyd and hated George Floyd and wanted to murder George Floyd and said he's going to murder George Floyd on that day, if he said, I'm going to do this, like, that would be a premeditated first-degree murder. That's not what we are even talking about, so it does not matter. We're not talking about that. Stop bringing up the fact that they may or may not have known one another and, like, old memes and shit like that. And stop being cringe. I don't know why you guys are being so fucking cringe right now when we're covering an important story. For third-degree murder, let's move on to, instead of second-degree murder, but wait, hold on. One other thing. Defense attorney Eric Nelson, that piece of shit douchebag.
Medium chungus.
He tried to raise doubts about the cause of death, right? And imply that it wasn't actually the pressure from the knee on the neck, that it wasn't, you know, the actual actions of Derek Chauvin, but instead, you know, the fucking concrete being hot,
7 months,
the carbon dioxide from the, you know, from the exhaust. That that there was underlying heart issues, that there was carbon monoxide, not dioxide, sorry, carbon monoxide. The underlying heart issues that George Floyd had, the drugs, there was drug usage in his history. He also then argued that that Chauvin's actions were reasonable, and that's what a reasonable police officer would do in this situation. That you know, George Floyd was big and scary, and that he was under the influence of something, and he could start fighting, and that nearby bystanders also presented a threat. Nearby bystanders that were telling Derek Chauvin to stop murdering George Floyd were a threat, and that's the reason why Derek Chauvin had to fucking murder George Floyd. It's easy to sit and judge an officer's conduct, said the defense's witness Barry Broad. It's more of a challenge to, again, put yourself in the officer's shoes to try to make an evaluation through what they're feeling, what they're sensing, the fear they have, and then make a determination. Fucking bullshit. For third-degree murder, that's the defense's witness.
Love all you degenerates.
For the third-degree murder charge, jurors have to find that Chauvin caused Floyd's death through an action that was eminently dangerous and carried out with a reckless disregard for and conscious indifference to the loss of life. Wait, did the word verdict reached? What the fuck? It will be announced. Wait, is this true? Or is that a debate? If you guys are debating, I'm going to be so pissed. It will be announced at 4:30 Eastern. Okay. Not verdict will... Okay. This fucking guy is like some random dude, though. Like, he's a journal... Wait, where does he work? I don't understand. He's like some software engineer, FOIA nerd, and photographer. I don't... Hold on.
Play here, the fact that there's a police officer, former police officer, being charged. So I think that rather than jury nullification, where you see a jury say, you know, nope, there's no way I'm going to hold this person responsible, when you have a lesser charge included on the charge.
Derek Chauvin jury reaches a verdict. A verdict has been reached in the trial of Derek Chauvin, according to a notice post on the Hennepin County Court's website. A verdict has been reached and will be read between 3:30 and 4 p.m. Tuesday, April 20th. At in between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay. All right. That's good. This is good. This is actually good news. Okay.
3.
So that's gonna be at 1:30 Pacific. This is good, boys. This is actually good. This is fast. It's very fast. Like for a fucking murder trial like this, sometimes it takes months. You know, I mean, not months, but like weeks. You know what I mean? So this is really fucking good. The Derek Chauvin. Wait, what are you drinking?
Green tea matcha latte.
You ordered a green tea matcha latte?
Yeah. Do you want it?
No.
I would give it to you for friendship.
No, it's fine. The jury has already reached a verdict. I think.
What is it?
Well, I mean, we're not gonna know until 1:30 our time.
Quick verdict is good.
Yeah, it is really good.
Quick verdict usually means guilty.
Yeah. 1:30 p.m. Pacific.
At least we know it's not a hung jury, right? Because those take at least a few days.
Yeah. No. It means this is straight up fucking. Not only does this mean it's guilty, but I feel like it's literally.
She don't believe in shooting stars, but she believe in shoes and cars with flaws in the new apartment couture from the store's department.
He was charged with second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. I don't know what he's going to be convicted with. So that's like the only. We know that. Yeah, we know that they. It's good news. It's good news. How fast it was is good news. Honestly.
When do you think that result will be read?
The result's going to be read in a couple hours at 1:30 in an hour, in literally an hour from now.
Whoa.
At 1 hour from now. Okay. Do you think it would, if it was not guilty, they would be setting up for riots like they did with previous verdicts? Dude. They don't know. Motherfuckers don't know. The reason why they're setting up for riots is because regardless of what the fucking jury decision is, like, there's still, regardless of what the deliberations is going to come to, they are just still getting ready for it. No one knows. Only 12 motherfuckers know, okay? Only 12 people know. That's it. Those are the only people that know right now. No one else knows. They're not like setting up ahead of time for riots. The reason why they're setting up though is the possibility of a shitty charge, a lighter charge, or a not guilty verdict could come. So that's the reason why they are setting up for it. Yeah, they are setting up for the off chance that he's acquitted, guys. That's the reason. That's the reason why they that they're setting up regardless. Will you be here for the verdict or playing Uno? No, I will be here. I will be here until I will be here streaming until the Uno tournament, which is going to start at like, I mean, I'm going to be streaming it until 3 p.m. my time regardless, okay? You know? Hold on. Let me put this up. Does that room have windows? It looks pretty comfy too. No, there is no windows here. The only
new setup I see.
Yeah, it is. The only problem I have with the room, and this is gonna be like a little lighthearted, you know, just to change the pace here for a second. The only problem with like the 100 Thieves compound, like streaming in here, is that I just can't fart. You know what I mean? Because like someone might just roll in here, and there's literally no fucking ventilation. So if I fart here, I feel like it's gonna hang.
Can't blame anyone.
Yeah, if I fart in here, like, it's just gonna hang in the room for the entire day. And then, like, what happens if fucking Valkyrie walks in? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's... If Will walks in, I don't give a shit. I can just be like, I can't believe, Will, you farted, you know?
Thanks for
who gives a fuck?
Been watching for a doctor
like,
a year.
Oh!
Keep up the great
so
work.
it's just not happening, you know? It's just,
money.
It would literally be it's like an oven in here. I would be hotboxing. You are a diva though. Get those people to get you watermelon diet Mountain Dew. Why can't you fart? Let them breathe in that alpha energy. Just fart when you are ready to leave. Yeah, I would just be marinating in it, so I can't do that. Just blame Will. He's been coming and going, and it looks like his diet is shit. No, he's not. He looks great, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
It looks like his diet is shit.
Yeah, he looks like a god, dude. What are you talking about? Are you gonna smoke today? No, I'm not. Last time I smoked was literally on 420. Like, it's been 1 year since I smoked. If I fucking smoked and got like super blasted right before, super blasted right as the
Uno
tournament is like happening, and right as I'm like literally supposed to be talking about like the George Floyd trial, that would be devastating. You know what I mean? What if I get too fucking high? Like, that would be horrible. It just would not be good. But anyway, listen.
Sub anniversary.
I know they've reached a verdict, guys. I see it right here. It's in front of me. Here, what is the boys? What's the live link for CNN? Let's pop in there for a second. Or actually, I know what to do. Hold on.
Hi.
I know what to throw on right
We're
now.
all.
Sorry. Yeah, live at 4 p.m. Eastern, the Derek Chauvin trial is going. Is there... NBC News is live right now, so... Oh, Biden is doing a 100 days remark.
Tensions are rising along the Russia-Ukraine border. The number...
Okay, this sucks. Fucking classic NBC. I don't give a shit about this. Did you do the story about the police officer that died of natural causes, aka the fire extinguisher at the Capitol?
Now show you as your cash.
We talked about it a little bit. Hold on. Wait a minute. They let you smoke at the CASHAPP place? I mean, why not? It's fucking legal here, brother. We're in California, and I'm a Twitch streamer. You know what I mean? I don't have...
Hi, someone do my homework,
the verdict
please,
is in for Chauvin being read in an hour. I know. Look at my fucking... Look at my friend, look at my fucking title. Title frogs always forget to look at the title.
Hassle.
Why does the guy to your left look like he's from the Whig Party? It's WillNeff, dude. I mean, this is not there is nothing going on right now, so we'll just wait.
6 months, Pog.
Ew.
Why is Will dressed like that? Because he's a fun guy, and he likes to have fun.
Yeah. No, it's just how I dress now.
Oh, I have the Trump interview. We can look at that
Good
for
times.
now. I just wanted to let's finish this real quick though.
Sheet, perhaps you have a meeting of the minds and you have a jury reach that sort of compromise.
Well, I'll be back in 1 second.
Joellen, are there other factors outside of this case that could influence the jury?
Oh my goodness, absolutely, and I'll point to 4 of them. The first is the fact that there was the civil settlement between the city of Minneapolis and the Floyd family of $27 million, even though the judge has told them throughout the entire trial not to read or listen to anything related to this case, it'd be pretty tough to avoid that. So that's number one. Number two is the fact that just over the weekend, while these jurors were not sequestered, one of the defense witnesses had a severed pig's head delivered to a home that was his former home with blood on it. That's rather disturbing. Third, there was the Dante Wright shooting also late last week, literally miles away from Minneapolis. And you've got the shooting of the 13-year-old in Chicago. So even though they may not be paying attention specifically to things revolving this case, they're going to be hearing about these other components. And I've said from the very beginning, this jury has to be very concerned about their own security bottom line.
Good point there. And Sonny, what signs would you be looking for as far as jurors asking questions?
Oh gosh, this is the worst time for lawyers, by the way, trial lawyers. You're sort of like reading tea leaves when jury questions come in. I think you're usually looking for perhaps a question for the readback of testimony that's favorable to your case. You may be looking for clarification for jury instruction that you think is favorable to your case, but ultimately it's all in the hands of the jury at this point, and you feel pretty helpless as a trial lawyer.
I want to thank you both for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your insight.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff here. So go on, click the subscribe button right over here to get more of awesome videos and content from GMA every day, anytime. We thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the morning on GMA.
We at 100 Thieves would like to apologize for
and welcome to Hannity. And tonight we're broadcasting from the always beautiful Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, where in just moments, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, he will join us for his first sit-down television interview since leaving the White House. No topic is off limits. No question is off the table. We'll cover Joe Biden, the radical left, the future of the GOP in 2022 and 2024, COVID-19, the crisis on our southern border, the mob, the media, and everything in between. Now, without a doubt, President Trump remains the most dominant force in American politics today, even now 3 months removed from the Washington swamp. When Donald Trump talks, the world, the country listens. So tonight, for the hour, we welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Sean.
All right, so I know a lot of people that are around you every day. This is what they're all telling me. You are working as hard as you did when you were in the White House, except you play a little golf more. That you're keeping an insane schedule, 7 days a week.
Will looks like
you really don't stop.
Well, we're seeing a lot of people. We're seeing a lot of good Republicans and a lot of good Americans, in some cases great Americans, and we are working very hard. And a lot of things to do, plus I'm getting more involved. For a long time, years, I wasn't involved in the business. I'm more involved in the business. We'll see what I do with respect to that, but the business is doing well, and we're doing well. It's been 5.5 years of investigations and hoaxes, and I see something came out just yesterday about the Russia was a total phony deal, and they hate to admit it, but intelligence came out.
They were putting a bounty on
the bounty, the big bounty deal, and now they say that it was a hoax, just like everything else. So it's a sad thing. You get impeached for doing nothing wrong, then you get a second impeachment.
The big bounty deal was fake news, by the way. It literally was. All right, let's go to the fucking
of this trial. Now, Lester, this trial,
he's not wrong about that.
45 witnesses spread out over 14 days of testimony. The prosecution calling witness after witness of this case, really breaking a lot of barriers in this trial. Breaking
no, I didn't pee. I just got coffee, but I need to pee as well.
By having so many officers testify one after another against Derek Chauvin, but the defense has countered and said that George Floyd died not due to Derek Chauvin's knee on his neck, but due to other factors that included drug use and underlying health conditions. We have seen demonstrators here over the past several days, especially yesterday, as this case went to the jury. There were several hundred peaceful demonstrators that gathered here outside the courthouse, but tensions have risen considerably over the last week, more than a week or so, since that other shooting just 10 miles from this courthouse in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, where Dante Wright was shot in a police-involved shooting as well. So this is all converging right now. Again, Lester, we are expecting that verdict to be read in just a short time, 4:30 Eastern Time. And then shortly after that, we expect the Attorney General to speak 20 minutes after that verdict is read. Derek Chauvin is facing charges of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter in this case, Lester.
Gabe, I haven't done the math. Are we looking at about 10 hours of deliberations roughly?
Defense attorneys say that, listen, defense attorneys will tell you that fast deliberations favor the fucking, favor defense over the prosecution. This is not a normal case, though. It's fucking insane.
They went home for the night. Deliberations resumed today.
And also, like, the average deliberations is a lot faster than this regardless, but this is really, I think this is fast for how long or how big of a case it is.
Another Minneapolis police officer, he was convicted in about 11 hours. So again, and about that same timeline. We really hadn't gotten any sense of what the jury was thinking, because oftentimes in these types of cases, Lester, there are questions that the jury may ask a question. We were told that the jury would be allowed to ask questions over Zoom, but to our knowledge, no question was asked. So we haven't, been able to read the tea leaves in that sense about what the jury may have been thinking. Of course, Lester, because of COVID protocols, this has been a trial unlike none other. They were sequestered once deliberations began, and this was a jury of, it was 12 jurors, 6 white jurors, 4 black jurors, 2 multiracial, 5 men, 7 women. That really this trial has been so closely watched. Back going into jury selection, there was a lot of questions, a lot of anticipations about the jury questionnaire they had to fill out. There was a lot of concern heading into this trial that they would be able to find an impartial jury, but the judge took great pains to make that happen. And even controversy throughout the trial about whether the jury should be sequestered or not, the defense coming back after that Dante Wright shooting, the day after, and asking for the jury to be sequestered. The judge said no, that they would only be sequestered once they entered deliberations. And so that's where we're at. Again, the verdict breaking just a short time ago, that the jury has reached a verdict after more than 10 hours of deliberations. We're expecting to hear that verdict within the hour, Lester.
All right, Gabe, I'll ask you to stay with us as I turn to criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny
I think the second-degree unintentional murder, felony murder charge is necessary.
But talk about the 3 charges they had to
they will hit him with.
How complicated would it be
I fear that they will hit him with
understand what would be necessary for those charges
like negligence
to be found guilty on?
These are complicated charges in any ordinary situation, but Minnesota makes it a little more complicated by calling crimes murders that are admittedly unintentional killings. And you also have the confounding factor that second-degree murder and third-degree murder really aren't separated by degree or seriousness. They're separate crimes. Second-degree murder is essentially what's called felony murder, and the jury has to find that there's an underlying felony, in this case, aggravated assault. So they essentially have to find 2 crimes. And then you move to third-degree murder, which is totally different. It's murder committed during an eminently unsafe, eminently dangerous act, an intentionally dangerous act, which is different. It doesn't even require a felony. So the jury absolutely had some challenges here. And frankly, I'm surprised there weren't more notes sent out to ask questions about what exactly does it mean? What does intentionality mean? And then, of course, you have causation, which is always a tricky legal concept. Is it enough that he had his knee on his back and the person died? Or what do you need to show as a result? And what do you need to show about Chauvin's intent? These are tricky issues, especially causation, and particularly in this case, because causation is the one thing that if the defense prevails here, it's a defense to all charges, along with the argument that the knee restraint was authorized or acceptable under Minneapolis police procedure.
Let me ask you, maybe you answered it, but let me ask you this. It has to be one of the 3, or could there be any combination of those 3?
It could be a combination. It could be any, all, or none. Or, of course, we know this didn't happen, but they could have deadlocked on some or others, but we know that there's a verdict, and so it can be not guilty on some, guilty on others.
All right, Danny, I'll ask you to stand by as well and bring in Melissa Murray, an NBC News contributor and also a former law clerk to Judge Sonia Sotomayor. It is great to have you with us. I want to talk about, no matter what the verdict, there will be questions about the system. Did the system work? To the extent that the prosecution put on the case it did, to the extent that fellow police officers testified against Derek Chauvin, would that remove any questions about the system and how it worked, the fact that it ends up coming down to these 12 jurors?
Well, I think it suggests the way in which lawsuits or litigation are often ill-equipped to address the broader social problems that these questions often raise. So we saw the prosecution present a case that really focused on Derek Chauvin being a kind of rogue cop. So they didn't put policing on trial. They put Derek Chauvin on trial. But the larger conversation that's happening across America is really about whether policing protocols are actually appropriate, given the nature of some of the encounters that police officers have with civilians. So there's a different kind of conversation happening on the ground that just really wasn't happening in the courtroom, because understandably, this prosecution wanted to get a conviction, and they really couldn't get a conviction, or at least not the way they wanted, by prosecuting the police more generally.
Yeah, and that's the question. Their idea was, we're not prosecuting the police, we're prosecuting this one person. But as you say, on the streets, that's not what you're hearing from people. This is being seen as part of the reckoning over race and police use of force.
And I don't think it helped, Lester, that during the course of this trial, we had so many other episodes of police violence involving civilians, the Adam Toledo case, the Hernandez case in Virginia, and then, of course, the Daunte Wright case. So it seemed almost as though during the course of this trial, there was this ongoing epidemic of violence. And that wasn't something that the prosecution was really equipped to address in their case against Officer Chauvin.
Oh, just regular. Let me go back to Danny Savalas. Danny, are you surprised?
Is there like a USB here that I can
this verdict? Does anything stand out to you as we await the obvious verdict?
Love this space.
You talk about that this verdict may have come back very quickly, but if you look at average verdicts, even in serious crime cases, sometimes a jury's only out for a couple hours. This jury has worked for 11 hours or so, as Gabe and you talked about earlier a few minutes ago. So they have put in the work. I mean, they've been in that jury room, and what that tells us is that some of these issues may not have been as complicating as we may have thought here on the outside. And of course, we never know exactly what they talk about, but it could be the case that they either found that the prosecution failed as to some essential element like causation, or the opposite, that the defense raised really no reasonable doubt in their mind. They got in the room, closed the door, looked around and said, everyone's in agreement, right? Sometimes that happens.
I'm going to ask you a personal opinion. Do you think the prosecutor got it right in the charges that they brought forward? Were there other ways to have tried this case, other charges that might have been more appropriate?
Well, I think you can fairly say that, reasonable minds can differ as to what Derek Chauvin should have been charged with. But I think it's reasonable to say that at least one of the charges, which I believe was the third-degree murder charge, was a stretch because a court said it was a stretch. A court dismissed it, and then it was reinstated. So that was, I don't like to use the word stretch because it's not a legal term, but that kind of hung in the balance for a while before it was finally reinstated. So, probably the easier case to bring would have just been the manslaughter, but the prosecution here was ambitious, and they brought a case that was initially tossed by a court and then reinstated. So those are the cases they have, but all said, they put in a very strong case at the end of the day.
Danny, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by. I want to go back to Gabe Gutierrez, who's outside the courthouse in Minneapolis. And Gabe, we have seen that image behind you of the military vehicles and the extra barricades there. We all, of course, hope that there will be a peaceful reaction, whatever it will be. Can you tell us, are there voices in the community who are actively trying to encourage calm?
Oh, certainly, Lester. And the Floyd family has said, repeatedly that they want calm, that they want peaceful protests. But at the same time, this is a community that has been hurting. We were here since, shortly after George Floyd's death last May. And many of the people that we have spoken with, even the last several days, they were telling me, Lester, that they had a very difficult time watching this trial. That this was a trial that brought back a lot of painful memories and brought to the surface something that they had been dealing with, not just for months, not just for years, but really for decades, not just in this community, but also in Brooklyn Center nearby, in Chicago, which you mentioned earlier, has also been seeing protests, and so many communities across the country that have really struggled with how to deal with police encounters. And this is seen, you mentioned that the prosecution really tried to make this, and especially in its closing arguments, tried to stress the point that this is a trial about not who Derek Chauvin was, a police officer, but what he did. Yet, as you said, Lester, many folks in this community, and I know the Floyd family as well as Reverend Al Sharpton, as this trial was getting underway, said that this was a trial of the American policing system. And so many of the demonstrators that we have seen, they don't know what the verdict will be. Some are fearful of what it may be. They have told me that they have been traumatized by having to relive parts of George Floyd's death that was so difficult to watch on that video, with Derek Chauvin's knee on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. But yes, and some others have said that this militarization, in their words, of the preparations for this trial, some 3,000 National Guard troops.
Schools in Minneapolis have been canceled for tomorrow.
Minneapolis have been
fucking areas have been boarded up.
Police precincts for weeks.
Areas have been boarded up. National Guard has been deployed. Everyone is currently just waiting. Okay, we're in a fucking holding pattern.
Community for the past several weeks. The mayor telling me as this trial was getting underway, as jury selection was getting underway, that this was one of the most significant moments in Minneapolis's history. So Lester, I don't think the significance of this trial, not just for this community, but really for the entire country, can be overstated. Right now, as we're seeing, you may see some folks walking behind me. There's they're starting to gather outside of this courthouse. Behind me, you've been seeing this picture of this military vehicle behind me. On the other side, there have been, demonstrators that gather there. They've been gathering on both sides of the courthouse. Yesterday, some of the protesters put up air fresheners on some of the side of this wall, signifying the encounter with Dante Wright. And there were these peaceful protests. These marchers went across the streets of Minneapolis yesterday, as they have done, really, for the better part of a year now. But yes, the word has quickly spread, Lester, that this verdict has been reached. They are now anxiously awaiting.
Listen, for the people who are wondering or asking why this, why all of this shit, why is all this happening? It's because the justice system. It's because at the heart of what people are, criticizing and what people have been complaining about is the fundamental flaw within the American criminal justice system that justice is rarely ever served in cases where there's black victims of police violence. Okay? Literally during the process, during this, the ongoing court trial of Derek Chauvin murdering George Floyd in cold blood, that was basically televised as a televised event that everyone around the world fucking saw, that 45 specific witnesses encountered, tried to stop, and were pushed away from. Okay, pushed away from actually stopping this murder from happening. Even while that fucking ongoing court case is occurring, there was yet another police murder. Okay, there was yet another police murder of Dante Wright, 20 years old, stopped because he has an air freshener, who was murdered by a 26-year veteran of the police force who was literally training other cops at the time. There are so many fundamental issues within the criminal justice system. So obviously, and that happened 10 miles away. So that's why the people are fucking fed up, because they have to protest to even get to this level. They feel as though they have to straight up nonstop protest so that justice can be served. This doesn't happen in other countries, especially if you're watching from a European country. Police murders are already unique. Right? A cop killing a civilian, an unarmed civilian, is already a unique situation. So that happening as the likelihood of that happening twice while like another fucking ongoing case is happening in the same region, well, that's really fucked up. So understandably, people are upset. France is the same issue you say, but it's nowhere near. It's nowhere near. Anyway, look, I'm going to go back to the special report from NBC, but before I do that, as you already know, it's the top of the hour, every hour, where we have a 60-second ad break, okay? If you no longer want to see the ads, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, you already know what to do. You have to subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free. I'm in the CASHAPP compound right now because I'm doing another thing, and I didn't realize that the verdict was going to drop today, okay? I just didn't know. That's why I'm in here. So you can subscribe for $5 a month. You already know the deal. Or you can subscribe for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Or you can use AdBlock.
No justice, no
if you'd
peace,
like
Black
as well.
Lives Matter,
So
BLM,
I'm going to run the
shit.
1 minute ad now. And I'm going to keep running 1 minute ads in the top of every hour. So here's the 1 minute ad now. Okay. Cash App really cashing in on this bet? No, Cash App is not cashing in on anything. I don't even listen, motherfucker. I don't think anybody wants to be sponsored on a stream where I'm talking about police brutality in the United States of America. Okay, like I don't think Chad understands. Like this isn't exactly brand friendly. Okay, nothing I do is exactly brand friendly, but this specifically is not fucking brand friendly. I just happened to be here today because I was doing something entirely different because I thought it was going to be 420. We were going to have like a fun little fucking 420 stream like last year where I smoked weed and did all that. Yes, I know the verdict has been reached. Yes, the verdict has been reached and will be read between the next 30 minutes to an hour. Chat. Did you know that the yellow was going to go well with the purple? No, I did not know that this room was going to be purple. What time does your 100Thieves event start? I think this event started already.
6 months of trials and police brutality. Poggers, right? Thanks for the content.
Is this Hiko's cube? I think he has streamed in here before. Yes, I saw that his name was on here.
You say peacock and nobody bats an eye. You say poopcock, and everybody loses their minds.
Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. All right, let's there is an exclusive interview with Donald Trump that we could still fucking go back to, but I want to see this Biden on the Chauvin trial take. What the fuck is this ad? Jesus Christ. Well, they don't have ad block on these. Unfortunately, the only problem I have with the Cash App compound PCs is that they don't have ad block on them.
No peace.
You good?
Cash App told me.
What?
To go like this.
Oh yeah. Well, we're waiting on the Chauvin trial.
Yeah, it's been announced, hasn't it?
The verdict has been reached. It hasn't been announced yet. We don't know what the.
What do you think is going to be the verdict?
I think it's going to be.
It's got to be guilty.
Yeah.
It's got to.
Yeah.
If they reached it that quickly, it's got to be guilty.
I mean, there's conflicting information on it. Some people say that a quick verdict is often one that sides with the defendant, because you know the you're not going through the complicated like legalese, I guess, or the legal jargon to like establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But I do think that it's in this instance, it's so high profile. There have been there's so much information. Like there's so much fucking information available. Conventional wisdom is that a fast verdict is a conviction. It's not necessarily so, and sometimes it's wrong, but no defense attorney feels good about a fast verdict. However, I would want to examine the exact language of the font of the jury note announcing they have a verdict to predict confidently. I do regret being deprived of cable experts opining on the meaning of jury notes. Those dear souls earn their keep. Okay, whatever that.
Is this going to be on like live? Are they gonna?
Yes. In 25 minutes approximately.
I'll be back in here. Can I watch it with you?
Yeah, you can be in here if you want. Yeah.
I don't have to be back on for a while.
Are you? Okay,
Well, I
yeah.
just did the intro and then.
Okay, so we're waiting on it right now.
All right, I'm gonna go pee.
All right, you go do your thing. I need to pee as well,
This has
actually.
been a very deeply personal case that we have
Sure, if
seen
you want.
play
Here you
out
go.
across the country.
I mean, I have to
Protests
pee
here
really bad,
yesterday, as we mentioned,
how badly
but
do you
also
have to pee?
protests
I have to
across
pee
the
really bad,
country.
too. You go pee
And
first,
this is
I'll
also
sit
something
here.
that we know
I'll
law enforcement
wait.
has been
His
preparing
rant has
for
smelled, has lived
several
past
months
bodies.
now. Here in Minneapolis, we know that there are some 3,000 National Guard members activated. There's law enforcement from other states on standby as well here. They are certainly hoping for the best, peaceful protests, but they are ready for violence. Allison?
Megan, we also know the White House is preparing to make some sort of a statement. The president planning to address America once we have a verdict here. Earlier today, he told reporters that he spoke with George Floyd's family yesterday after the closing arguments. What do we know about that call?
We know that the family, as you mentioned, they did speak with the president. It didn't last too long. I actually asked them about this just yesterday, and they said that they had an opportunity also to speak with President Obama several months ago, that call lasted longer than the one with President Biden, but they appreciated it. They said that it meant a lot to them to hear from the commander-in-chief at their darkest moment. I want you to listen to a little bit of what they said. Take a listen.
He was just calling. He knows how it is to lose a family member, and he knows the process of what we're going through. So he was just letting us know that he was praying for us and hoping that everything would come out to be okay.
Prayers. That's what the family says they have been leaning on this entire time. They have been in the courtroom watching every single moment unfold of this trial. It's been traumatizing for sure, but they are leaning on prayer to get through it, and of course, anxiously awaiting this verdict that will be read here in just the next couple of minutes. Allison?
Yeah, we'll hear that verdict in a matter of minutes. Megan, thank you for being with us right now. I know we'll be checking in with you later. Thanks so much. All right, let's bring in Cynthia Oxney. She's a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal contributor. And Glenn Kirshner, he's a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal analyst as well. Cynthia, I want to go to you first, because yesterday when we spoke, you said that you thought that we would have a decision here by the end of the week. Are you surprised that here we are in just Tuesday and we have a verdict?
I am, and I think it's very good news for the prosecution. I find it almost impossible to believe that there would be an acquittal with this much speed. I think it's very good news for the prosecution. And then the question is, what happens next, right? And if we're watching the cameras, this is just for our viewers, when you're watching the courtroom, what you might do is look and see what are the court officers doing. If those court officers start to move and get closer to Derek Chauvin, then you know, because they probably know what the verdict is, right? So just for a little bit of color, watch those court officers and see where they're standing. Because in most cases like this, a murder conviction with a long sentence and not a likelihood of appeal, I mean, you would expect that the defendant, if convicted, would go straight to jail. We call that being stepped back. So that's what I'm looking for. I think it's a very good sign that it's come back early, and I'm looking to see if he's stepped back.
So make sure that it doesn't show. You can.
Glenn, your reaction to the verdict being reached this quickly as well, and what will you be watching for in the courtroom in just a matter of moments?
You know, I agree with Cynthia. A quick verdict, the prevailing wisdom is a good verdict for the prosecution. Why is that? Because there is so much that we go through, prosecutors go through in the run-up to a trial. A judge had to approve an arrest warrant and make an assessment of the evidence. A grand jury had to vote to indict, which is an assessment of the evidence. The investigators, detectives, and agents and prosecutors had to make an assessment of the strength of the evidence, and all of those factions basically agreed this case should be tried. So a quick verdict generally means everyone in the system got it right, and the jury convicts and holds the offender accountable. It's not a guarantee, but with a verdict...
It's not a guarantee, but I mean...
counts. This is not a split verdict because they announced they have unanimous verdicts on all counts. I would be shocked to see anything but 3 guilty verdicts on the...
Me too. Me too.
Glenn, remind our viewers, if you will, as well. We're talking about 3 charges here, as you mentioned: second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. Could you just sort of talk through?
He's going to be guilty on all 3.
Differences are here, and what they should be watching for as they read the decision on each of those.
Well, the interesting
particular charges.
Sure. The interesting part is none of these crimes require an intentional killing. The most serious of the 3, second-degree murder, can be proved by an unintentional killing committed during the course of a felony. And that's why I thought prosecutor Steve Schleicher's argument was so strong when he said, because of the excessive force, what Derek Chauvin did was a felony assault.
Been a long time watcher, but haven't been able to sub in a while.
Second-degree murder.
Love you,
and
bro.
I hate to get ahead of ourselves and talk.
I love you too.
But, you know, the maximum sentence for that second-degree murder charge is 40 years in prison. However, there are guidelines that try to norm across the spectrum of convictions, you know, taking into account an offender's background, the circumstances of the crime, prior record of the defendant. But I would say, you know, the sentencing guidelines are only going to govern so much because this case is an outlier. Okay. This is a police officer who swore to protect and defend the citizens of Minneapolis.
Let me go get a chair.
Only to execute.
I was doing some good commentary, I think.
In broad daylight on videotape. So this is a case where I could see something called an upward departure.
Sorry, I was peeing. I was getting my mandatory.
Even if the guidelines for the ordinary second-degree murder case, the more
I was getting my mandatory pee break.
Second-degree murder case might set a particular sentence. I could see the prosecutors say, all bets are off in this case, and judge, you want? Can I get water?
I saw the food availabilities out there. It's kind of whack.
How he violated.
Not exactly great.
There's no chicken tendies.
No, there is. There's like grilled chicken.
All right, Glenn and Cynthia, thank you both so much for being here. We're going to head back out to Minnesota. I know we will be checking in with you both throughout the evening. Thank you so very much for being with us. All right, let's head over to MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi. He is in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, where he's been keeping an eye not only on...
This is not a house. This is like literally a fucking studio, a massive studio. There's so many people here. There's hundreds of people here.
In the shooting of Dante Wright. Ali, tell us where you are. Tell us what's going on there. What is the air like, the environment like, if you will?
Yeah. Sorry, Allison, you had bad information there. We are actually right here in downtown Minneapolis. I'm right next to the court. This is where the jury
all right.
is assembling.
Yeah, I should have known by the
officers,
fencing, Ali.
So, no, I know. I'm sorry. We'll deal with that later. But we got 2 layers of fencing all around this, National Guard and police. Here's the interesting thing. This is actually a transit plaza right here. You'll see one of those trams coming in right now. This is usually fairly busy. It's toward the end of the day. When word of this verdict came out, downtown emptied out. There was almost like a traffic jam. All the garages in the buildings. Everybody started to leave. You can see here what could be coming close to the end of the day. There's virtually nobody on these trams. There's nobody waiting to get on these trams. They're emptying things out right now. There is no gathering of people here in downtown Minneapolis. This is faster than I think a lot of people expected. There have
you
been
can hear it from this, right?
crowds gathered over the last few days. Last night we had a group of a few hundred. Here's how it's looking in terms of safety and security. There's no direct interaction at the moment between police or National Guard on one side and the public on the other. In fact, the streets are largely empty of police. There are National Guards officers on various street corners. They're riding with police and with EMT. By
Motherfucker
the way,
has Bogue in his mouth.
All police and EMT.
They're just
time off
smoking
has been
cigs.
canceled. Everybody's at work.
What is that?
There
Is that like
school
a-
in
is
session
that like
right
an
now?
energy
It's
drink or
ending
something?
now. We're
No, it's a
toward
hard
the end of the
seltzer.
day. There's no school scheduled to be in session for the next 3 days. So this is a little earlier than everybody here had actually
What, like
planned for.
alcoholic?
But tension levels are high, and we are all waiting to see what happens in this verdict, Allison.
So, Allie, you have been spending the last few days in Minnesota. You've been there in Minneapolis. You've been in Brooklyn Center. Could you just sort of compare for us, if you will, what it's been like and how it's been different in those two places? Because when we checked in with you in Brooklyn Center this week, you did see some folks milling about. It did seem less of a fortress. Minneapolis just seems, you're only 10 miles from there, but it seems like they really have the city on lockdown right now.
So the similarities as businesses are all boarded up. You can see this is actually a government building here, but you can see all the boarding up here. This is what everything looks
people
like in
want to
downtown
describe like
in Brooklyn Center,
additional
all the businesses around the police station.
It's a
are
tense
boarded up. The
situation
police
no
station,
matter what.
very much like this
And
government
the
center,
city's on
has,
lockdown because
2
people are
rows of
fucking
fencing,
expecting
and it's all fenced up. National Guard
potential
are
riots
still
to
there.
happen. And the reason why they're expecting potential riots to happen is because
with Brooklyn Center,
look, there's so much injustice that they're expecting the worst. Like people literally think that what if because people literally think that if he's acquitted,
this is now downtown
when he's like literally caught in fucking 4K,
this isn't the scene of the crime, if you will.
144p,
it does
like
not have the same
1080p. Like he's been caught in like numerous different angles.
Are actually a little bit
in front
concerned
of
because if people are going
so
to
many fucking witnesses in the
demonstrate
entire
in a
world
place like
saw it.
Minneapolis, it's not clear where exactly you demonstrate. If you remember a year ago, it started at one police station, and that was over.
I know. I'm saying. I'm saying
your internet connection is not.
I'm saying he's been caught from fucking 144p to 4K. Okay, that's all I was saying.
You do not have fiber, and you are getting 3 megabits per second download.
Motherfucker, all the pixels,
144p.
Like he's been caught on a fucking Motorola Razr phone footage, all the way to like straight up 4K fucking Sony Red.
Yeah,
that's my point. And obviously people are very invested in this for understandable reasons. This is like such an open and shut case that you know, people have been following for a year now. And you know, they're just waiting on the verdict at this point. And a lot of people understandably are frustrated and will most likely get really fucking agitated no matter what happens, no matter what the charges are. Anything but like the full Monty, anything but the unintentional second-degree murder is going to probably cause a lot of grief. That comes along with a max fine or max. I think what is it? Unintentional second degree is it minimum or it's maximum 45 years, I think, of prison.
And he's how old? 45.
It's max 40, max 25, or max 10. Those are the three.
Can he be convicted on all three?
It doesn't matter. It's like you can stack them, but I mean the third degree murder charge is lower than you can be convicted of all three, but the third degree charge is lower than the second degree murder. He was a cop with no prior history. No way he gets max sentence.
No justice, no peace.
Allie, sorry, I just have so many questions because you're there and obviously we are not, but we're aware of what's going on, right? Because we're in the news. Everybody knows this verdict is coming in a matter of minutes. Do folks there know that that's about to happen?
Yes. Well, that's what triggered the exodus from downtown. I mean, literally, we're all within a 2-block
they all started
area.
moving,
He had 18 complaints. He had 18 prior complaints, by the way, for the record. It's not fucking.
You'd go by
it's not that he had no priors. So you're wrong about that.
Shut down. So I didn't think there were that many people here in the first place in downtown Minneapolis.
Yeah. Oh, here's the I was looking for this. Thank you,
The
Themasius.
traffic light closest to the courthouse has now been put on flashing red.
Okay, here. These are the charges once again. If he gets second degree murder, he gets 40 years. If he gets third degree murder, maximum sentence is 25 years. If he gets second degree manslaughter, he gets a maximum sentence of 10 years. The fear is that he gets second-degree manslaughter and he gets hit with 10 years. That is the lowest, like max 10 years. That's I think that was the same in the Mohammed Noor case. The point is, the reason why this is huge as a case is because in Minnesota's history of policing, there's never been a white police officer who has killed a black person and gotten convicted of murder. Okay, this is literally the first. Out of all the police murders that have happened, is never happened. The only instance where a cop was ever in recent years, the only instance where a cop was ever charged was when Mohammed Noor murdered Jeanine Pirro. Mohammed Noor was a black Somali Muslim cop who shot an Australian immigrant, Jeanine Pirro, and he got 12 years. Okay? When the officers who killed Rodney King were acquitted, there were riots because they were justified. They won't know what to expect, so we're preparing. You should know, you live in LA. There's probably people near you who are around when it happened. Riots will come as long as justice is denied. Yeah. And this isn't even justice. This is the start of justice. Okay? That's what I'm trying to stress here. Like,
let's hope Chauvin
this is the start of, this is the minimum, the bare minimum right thing in this circumstance is him getting second-degree murder. Okay? So, like, you know, just keep that in mind. When I say, like, I'm hopeful about the jury, I'm hopeful about the verdict, I don't mean, like, I'm hopeful about the entire criminal justice system starting to reform itself or starting to change from the bottom up. I just simply mean that there could be a crumb of justice in this instance.
Public property, getting in private property, not getting into it with pedestrians or drivers. There were these marshals in front and behind and people on motorcycles. Again, not police, but keeping the whole thing orderly. So there seems to be some effort at doing that.
All right, Allie, thank you so much for all of your coverage and color there today, helping us to get a sense of what it's like there in Minneapolis. We really appreciate it.
In 8 minutes, they're supposed to come out with the verdict.
8 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't been paying attention to the trials or anything, but how could it have been premeditated murder? I'm not saying this is in an aggressive way. It's not. Second-degree murder does not mean that it's premeditated. Second-degree murder means that in the state of Minnesota, which every state has a different legal designation for these sorts of crimes, okay? But in the state of Minnesota, second-degree unintentional murder means that he intended to commit a third-degree assault, a felony assault, which then subsequently led to the murder of George Floyd, which is, I think, a completely reasonable and completely justifiable charge. It's not like it's not premeditated in the sense that, like, you know, Derek Chauvin knew who George Floyd was, or Derek Chauvin intentionally was like, I'm gonna kill George Floyd by using this specific procedure. You only need to show that he intended to use a procedure or use a movement on George Floyd that could kill him, a move that would literally choke slam him in the ground. Him knowing him or him not knowing him does not matter, chat. So stop fucking saying he knew him, blah, blah, blah. It does not matter, okay? What matters is whether or not he intentionally fucking, whether or not the jury believes that he intentionally choking, Derek Chauvin intentionally choking George Floyd, pulling his hands up with his hands cuffed behind his back, and putting his knee on George Floyd's neck was intentional, and that contributed to George Floyd dying. That's it. The knee on his neck and the knee on his back.
I need to stop drinking.
Why? Are you drunk already?
Oh man, Jesus, I'm a lightweight. Oof.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Aside from that, aside from
I'm gonna
this
go to the bathroom.
thing that's going on, we also have. We're currently at the CASHAPP compound because we were supposed to do an Uno tournament today with CASHAPP.
Jesus Christ, one fucking truly. Are you kidding me? 2 of those motherfuckers?
What?
2 of those motherfuckers, and I'm already fucking.
Okay, you fix yourself up. Austin is a little worried, and because he's hosting the event, so he might be he's a little okay.
She's a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal contributor, and Glenn Kirshner, former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal analyst. Glenn, Cynthia, we were talking with you just a few moments ago. We've got moments until we reach the verdict here. Cynthia, to you first. We're getting a verdict pretty quickly here. What are your expectations when we hear from the jury in just a matter of moments?
Oh, my expectation is there will be a conviction on all counts.
I think riots might happen even if he's convicted with the
that's because it's so quick.
with the best
I mean, if you
possible
think about it
conviction
really
for
logically,
the prosecutors.
What are the chances that you would have a quick verdict that would be an acquittal in a case of this magnitude with this many exhibits and this much video to watch? I just think you'd have people in the jury room arguing before anything like that would happen. And this is an overwhelming case, and it's not like most police cases. Right? Most police cases, there's a split-second decision that we're arguing about. Most police cases have the police officers all on one side. In this one, it was overwhelming, and the police supported it.
From the right?
All
No,
right, Cynthia,
motherfucker.
Glenn, thank you both so much. We're going to hand it
No,
over right
because
now to
people
NBC's
are
Lester Holt, who
justifiably
has a
angry.
special
It's like no matter what happens, it's a remnant.
Developing a plan of action to protect public safety. A court will return in just a minute. We were told the verdict would be read sometime between 4:30 and 5 Eastern time, so we're about to cross into that window.
What the fuck?
Let's bring in Gabe Gutierrez right now. Our correspondent has been covering this trial from the very beginning. Actually, we'll get to Gabe in a moment. We'll go to Danny Savalas right now.
Did they just leak it?
Attorney and NBC News legal analyst.
I think that's just a graphics package. I think that's just a graphics package. Hold on. I think that's just a graphics package.
Your client right now facing these kinds
They
of
always do
charges,
these
and the jury
tests and
is
they
back after
accidentally leaked it, I
hours
think.
of deliberations. What are you telling him?
I think that's just a
This is
graphics
the
package.
worst. I mean, a lot of times your client is incarcerated or in custody, so you mercifully aren't with them stressing out, waiting for the jury to come back. And with each passing hour, you try to check your emails, you try to return some phone calls, but it's hopeless. You just can't stop thinking about the trial and the verdict and what the jury is doing in there, especially if they're not sending out a lot of notes. It really is hard to divine what they're thinking about if they're not telling the judge with any notes for clarification. So none of us will ever know what they're saying in there. None of us will ever find out. But
Yeah, they definitely they have a graphic for all of them. I've talked about this before. Like they always do this on accident, and then people lose their fucking minds.
Very shortly, there will be a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda. I would have done it this way. Ahead of the verdict right now, what stands out to you as a weakness or a missed opportunity on either side's presentation?
The prosecution really followed Prosecution 101. They pulled in a lot of experts on each issue. In a way, it was, what defense attorneys sometimes call in our jaded way prosecutorial overkill. But I don't blame them at all because they have the burden. They have the burden to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So if I'm the prosecution, I'll bring in as many.
All right,
experts
ex-cop
as I
Derek
can
Chauvin is
cover
returning
each
to the
and
courthouse
every
to hear the verdict
element
at his
completely
murder
as I
trial
can,
in
and
George
they did
Floyd's
that.
death.
They brought
Ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news from Associated Press. Derek Chauvin is on his way to the courthouse as of a minute ago.
To a video that we can all see. Well, the prosecution very cleverly brought them in to make
Kind
this
of
much more
wild that
emotional than
we
it
are
already
spending
was
this much
by those
time
witnesses telling
on
the
such a
jury about
fucking
their
open and
reaction,
shut
what they
case,
thought.
and like
And you
we
couldn't have
literally
gotten any
don't know
better witnesses for the
which way
prosecution.
the
You had a
jury is going to
firefighter,
go.
You had an MMA fighter who could opine almost like an expert himself. On the defense side, I mean, they stuck to the battle plan. They really attacked the two main pillars, the main themes we knew they would attack. Number one, causation. And that was that Derek Chauvin's knee in the back of the neck may have been mean. It may have been not very nice, not very polite, but it was not the cause of George Floyd's death. But causation being so tricky, that really delved into a lot of science and a lot of complicated things that jurors and lawyers alike were dealing with probably for the first time. And then, of course, they attacked the use of force, and they brought their own expert, the defense did, and they argued that, look, not only was this force not a felony, it was something that was accepted and taught. So it could not be an aggravated assault. It could not be something that was imminently dangerous because it was acceptable. And the defense would and did argue that all of the force, right up until they pulled George Floyd out and put him on the ground in the prone position, up until that moment,
we don't know how anti-cop the jury is. We don't know. We have no idea
whether or not the knee in the neck was the causative factor, the substantial causative factor in George Floyd's death. And we're going to find out in a minute if they got it right.
Danny, we'll invite you to stay with us. We may be in for a long afternoon, so thank you for being with us. Melissa Murray is an NBC News contributor and also a former law clerk to Judge Sonia Sotomayor. It's great to have you here. I want to talk about how this case has come to symbolize police use of force and racial tensions between communities and police. Unlike so many other cases, this wasn't about a split-second decision, a flash. It was a cell phone, or maybe it was a gun. This was 9.5 minutes. So should we be looking at this case in isolation as different from many others?
I don't know where to,
well, there do seem to be some idiosyncratic elements to this case that are very different.
Give me
from
the
ordinary
DocuSign
course of
thing
things.
if
As you
possible,
say,
and I'll sign
there
it.
wasn't necessarily this split-second
I already signed the hard copy of
moment
the
where a police officer may have misapprehended what a civilian was doing. For example, in the Mohammed Noor case, which happened also in Minnesota shortly before the George Floyd case happened. Again, a lot of these cases require split-second judgments. Policing is inherently dangerous, and all of those things may factor into a trial like this. But what seemed to be the case here, and the prosecution really hammered it home in their closing statement, was an officer who didn't seem to regard this individual who'd been detained as a human. He was dismissive of him, callous to him, picking out the rocks from the tire as he had his knee on his back. And, honestly, a missed opportunity, I think, for the defense was that Derek Chauvin really never showed any emotion during this trial. I mean, he was masked for most of it, but we never saw anything that looked like regret from him. And I think the jurors probably saw him just sort of staring with a kind of flat affect throughout much of this trial. And maybe, again, that would have had some kind of reflection or inflection point for them as well. But I think there are some missed opportunities here, but I also think this was a very sort of singular case.
Who murdered Philando
And we'll be able to put it in greater perspective in the coming minutes as we await that jury to return to the Minneapolis courtroom and deliver their verdict. In the meantime, let's go to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's been following this trial since the beginning last month. We talked to you about a half hour ago, and we're seeing a lot more people there. In anticipation. Describe the scene and what's about to happen there, Gabe.
Yeah, Lester, this crowd is growing by the second. You can see several people, several dozen people, perhaps several hundred now, yelling Black Lives Matter. And this is similar to the crowd that we've been seeing over the last couple of days. Peaceful protesters that were supporting George Floyd's family. But Lester, I want to set the scene a little bit here. If you look, this is the Hennepin County Government Center. This is the courthouse where this has all been happening. In the distance, you can see up there a military presence. Several members of the National Guard here, very tight security. This entire area has been fenced off since before this trial started. But Lester, we've been speaking with many of these protesters, and they said that, again, this has been a very difficult trial for them to watch, a very emotional trial for them to watch, a trial that has given them a lot of anxiety as they awaited this verdict. And just within the past few minutes of the announcement of the verdict being read, we saw this crowd gather here. There's a lot of media here as well, really from around the world, but also some folks that we did talk with from around the Midwest.
The other attorney, the original attorney was Geronimo Yanez's attorney.
What the verdict would be. So again, Lester, as we await the verdict, and it could come, any minute now.
The original attorney
this crowd has gathered here.
that
It's now numbering several hundred. They have signs with Black Lives Matter. You have somebody on a loudspeaker right now saying "No justice, no peace." Again, this case really has come to be seen as putting the American policing system on trial, although inside that courthouse, the prosecution and the defense both say that this is about the actions of one police officer, the actions of Derek Chauvin. But these folks here see this as much more than that. They see this as one of the most important trials in recent memory. And again, they're gathering right here as we wait this verdict. Lester?
Gabe, as we've been talking about, there are 3 charges: second-degree manslaughter, third-degree murder, second-degree unintentional murder. Do you get a sense from activists, from the crowds, what they would consider, I hate to use the term win, but that's all that comes to mind at this particular moment, or how the family views it?
I hear you have lost communication with you, but I can describe the scene right here. You see people holding their fists in the air. Again, this is a scene that we've seen play out over and
highest
over
charge
again,
they can hit him with is
throughout
the
this
second-degree unintentional murder,
ever
which
since
is,
George Floyd
which implies that there is
was killed
intent
last
to
May.
apply
A very emotional time for the folks
felony
here.
assault.
I'm going to send it back to you, Lester.
All right, Gabe, we'll get those communications issues worked out with you. Thank you. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. The White House has made some planning for a reaction to this verdict, and the president himself has, in recent hours, commented on this case. Kristen, what can you tell us from there?
Well, Lester, let me set the scene for you at the White House right now. President Biden was about to start talking about his American jobs plan when it was announced that there is, in fact, a verdict. So those remarks have now been delayed as the president and this administration monitors these developments. As one White House official told me, they are watching and waiting along with the rest of the world. As you point out, President Biden and his top officials have been preparing for him to make some type of statement, remarks, reaction once there is a verdict. But earlier today, during an event, he was speaking and was asked about the trial, and he said that he prays that the jury reaches the right verdict. Now, those comments came under an immense amount of scrutiny. We asked the press secretary about it repeatedly. Was it appropriate for President Biden to weigh in on the verdict in that way before, in fact, the jury had come out and spoken? She denied that he was trying to put his finger on the scale. Instead, she noted that he had spoken to the family of George Floyd, that this was clearly an emotional time for them, for the rest of the country, and he was clearly echoing that. Now, taking a step back, Lester, we know that the administration has been in close contact with state and local officials. They are urging the public to remain calm once there is a verdict, that if there are protests, for them to be peaceful protests. And of course, that echoes what we are hearing from the family as well. We'll be watching closely to see what President Biden has to say when and if, in fact, he does speak publicly after there is a verdict. We know that the issue of criminal justice, of racial equality, has been one that he has spoken about quite extensively. And right now, the administration, from a legislative perspective, has been pushing for Congress to move forward with a bill titled the George Floyd bill, which would make it easier to prosecute police misconduct. So that is the scene here behind the scenes within the Biden administration as they watch and wait for a verdict. Lester?
Kristen, thank you. We are past 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central, within the window now when we would expect to hear from the jury their verdict in the case of former officer Chauvin. While we await that verdict, let me bring in Eugene Robinson. He's a Washington Post columnist and NBC News political analyst. Eugene, always good to see you. This is a moment of deep breath for everyone. We're all emotionally tied to the story because we were witnesses to it, to the extent that we saw that videotape of George Floyd dying under the knee of a police officer. As we await this verdict on 3 charges, what, in your view, should we be keeping in mind? What's our deep breath? What should it look like right now?
Well, we should try to remember that this verdict will be about the specific officer and what he specifically did that day to George Floyd. That this is a micro situation with macro implications, with implications for the whole country, and for so many of us, for so many African American men, Lester, it's personal. It feels intensely personal. Could that have been me under Derek Chauvin's knee for 9 minutes and 29 seconds? Could it have been one of my sons who found himself in that situation? And so this case, it's not just that it has taken on an outsized importance. It really does symbolize so much about this country's 400-year struggle with race and this country's frankly refusal to sort of acknowledge and grapple with the concept and reality of systemic racism, especially in policing. And so we've been so many of these incidents and so many of these deaths, and frankly, we've seen so many verdicts go in favor of police officers who were acquitted. And there was a sense in this case, because it was 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and because the video went around the world, there was a sense that this is where we have to draw a line, that this has to be seen as unacceptable by everyone, regardless of race, whoever you are. You have to see this as having been unacceptable. So now the question is that the way the jury saw it? And will the jury, in essence, ratify what many of us all think we saw in that video, or will they take a different view? And what does that say to African Americans and to us personally about how we are seen in this country and how we are treated and how we are regarded? George Floyd was not treated like a citizen by Derek Chauvin. He wasn't treated like a member of the public that Derek Chauvin was sworn to protect. I think we could all agree on that. Yet that's what we're supposed to be, and that's what we have a right to be. And so, just an awful lot seems to hang on what these poor 12 people decide. My sympathies are with the jury because this has got to be difficult for them. And it's certainly got the rest of us on tenterhooks, just waiting to hear what they decided.
Yeah, they are sequestered, but they are certainly citizens of this country and this world, and certainly have to have some inkling, if not a lot of inkling, about the climate in this country. Eugene Robinson, thank you. Let me go back to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. I understand our audio connection is back, and so Gabe, let me ask you about what will happen in the courtroom. The verdict will be read. What would you expect to see next?
Well, Lester, it's such a highly anticipated moment. The jury will be brought into the courtroom. The verdict will be read. They'll go through the three charges, as you've been discussing, second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter, and a verdict will be read for each of those charges. Then, shortly after the jury is let go, we anticipate the Attorney General, Keith Ellison. He will be speaking publicly, and then sometime after that, we also expect to hear from the Floyd family. But what happens after that, of course, local authorities have been urging folks here to stay calm, as I was mentioning earlier, and we can see even a growing crowd here that has been gathering here outside the courthouse. But again, just a few moments away potentially about hearing this verdict, something that has been so long awaited here in Minneapolis. But yes, we expect the verdict to be read. There's also the consideration of whether there will be aggravating factors in this case. In other words, bumping up any potential sentence. We don't expect sentencing to happen right away, but as has been discussed, Lester, each of these charges carries up to a certain amount based on if there's several aggravating factors. In this case, we're told that the judge will decide on those aggravating factors, but with a second-degree murder, the maximum penalty being 40 years in prison, with a third-degree murder maximum being 25, and then the maximum for second-degree manslaughter being 10 years. But the recommended sentencing for each of those charges, based on first-time offenders like Derek Chauvin would be, that is much shorter, 12 and a half years or so for the first two charges, second and third degree murder, and 4 years for second degree manslaughter. So there will still be those outstanding questions on exactly, what a potential sentence would be if there is a conviction. But many of these protesters...
Chad, he's a first-time offender in the sense that he was never convicted and found guilty. He was never charged and convicted of murder or any sort of thing. Having 18 infractions prior does not mean anything in the eyes of the law, specifically because, it could, depending on what the judge decides, but that's what they're saying. And that is literally why people are fucking protesting right now, as they are.
This is based on the window we've been given.
Like,
the
that's
verdict
yet another
to be announced by the
instance
jury
of the
in
criminal justice
Derek
system
Chauvin,
being fundamentally
Derek
broken.
Chauvin case. Let me go to NBC correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She's also in Minneapolis, covering the reaction in the city. You've been talking to some of the demonstrators, Megan. What are you hearing? What do they anticipate? What do they expect?
Yeah, Lester, we were out here yesterday when shortly after those closing arguments, hundreds of people filled the streets here in Minneapolis calling for justice for George Floyd. And we talked to people asking them, what does that look like for you? And it's a couple of things here. They say that they want to see a guilty verdict for Derek Chauvin, but they also want to see changes systemically to the way that police in our country. This is a deeply personal moment, a deeply personal trial for people all across the country, and we see that, and we have been seeing that with the diverse crowds of people that have come out and protest across the nation. We talked yesterday to people who flew in from different parts of the country, saying it was important for them to be here to show support to George Floyd's family. In fact, I had an opportunity to speak with them yesterday, asking them how they felt as we awaited the verdict. And they said that they're anxious. They're ready for this entire process to be over, but that they're very hopeful that Derek Chauvin will be found guilty. And they realize the magnitude,
I think I'm going to run the 1 minute ad now
of this case
before like 2 p.m. so that I don't have to run it again. I don't have to run it at 2 p.m. when the verdict is happening.
And they say if there is not justice for George Floyd, if there's not a conviction here,
okay, I'm running the ad now. If you no longer want to see the ads, you already know what to do. You can subscribe
pleased
for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Minneapolis remained peaceful.
By connecting your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. Here's the ad.
Peaceful protests moving forward, but certainly hopeful that they will get the verdict that they are hoping for, Lester.
Megan Fitzgerald down there in Minneapolis watching the crowds. Thank you. NBC News legal analyst Paul Butler is a former federal prosecutor and Georgetown School of Law professor. Paul, just give me your thoughts as we await this verdict.
So it's a relatively short deliberation process. It's hard to read anything into that. Typically, if it's a short deliberation, the conventional wisdom is that favors the defense. But in a case with this quality of evidence by the prosecution, I think all bets are off. We know that in the only other murder conviction of a police officer in Minnesota, that jury also deliberated the almost exact same amount of time, looking at the exact same charges, second degree and third degree murder and second degree manslaughter.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. Let me bring in Mary Moriarty, a former chief public defender for Hennepin County, Minnesota. We thank you for being with us. Can you walk us through the process of how it will play out, the mechanics of the verdict, since you're obviously familiar with those courtrooms?
I can. The jury will be brought in when the judge is ready. And when they walk in, there will be one person who will have the jury verdict in their hand, and that's the person who will be the foreperson. And as a lawyer, you're always looking at that because you wonder who the foreperson will be. The judge will ask them if they have a verdict. The foreperson will say, we do. The judge's clerk will go get the verdict and hand it back to the judge. It can be the clerk, but it's probably going to be the judge who will actually read the verdict. And then the defense has the right to have the jury what is called polled. In other words, the judge will ask each individual juror if this is their true and correct verdict. He'll go down the line with numbers. They will all probably say yes. And then at that point, the judge has to make a decision if he's found guilty, if he's going to take Chauvin into custody because he is out on bail. On a presumptive prison case, he would be taken into custody. The state has asked for a sentence greater than the Minnesota sentencing guidelines, and so there will be Chauvin actually waived his right to have the jury make that decision about whether there are aggravating factors. He is allowing the judge to make that decision, but the judge has already said in a previous order that he will allow the lawyers to write memos on that issue to try to convince him what the appropriate sentence will be. So we won't see a sentencing today. That would probably be in a couple of weeks or however much time the judge gives the lawyers to write their memos.
All right. Thank you for that perspective, Mary. Eddie Glaude is an NBC News contributor and joins us now. Eddie, we're watching the crowd build, and as I've been saying from the beginning, this emotions have been high, and this is the first time we saw that tape, so today should be no different now as we await the verdict. But what should people know? And I asked this question to Eugene a moment ago.
Scheduling all the time.
We're in a deep breath moment now, waiting for this moment. What should we be thinking about?
The verdict is already the verdict.
Well, unlike what the prosecutors told the jury, this trial bears the burden of the nation's central contradiction, Lester. And so there is a sense in which America is on trial here. And, you know, whether they come back with a guilty verdict for all 3 counts, or if they just simply convict on second-degree manslaughter. The latter, I think, will generate discomfort, a kind of, disappointment.
I'm
in some
fucking
ways.
muting this for
So I
now.
think
Sorry, they're not saying it. This is just color commentary, right? Like, it's just everyone's talking about how America's on trial and shit. Let me just say something, okay? If America is on fucking trial, America has lost, all right? I'm sick and tired, and I've been, like, looking at CNN, looking at Jake Tapper, talking about, Jake Tapper talking about how, like, oh, my God, this is the rest of the world looks to the United States of America as a beacon of democracy and hope, or Don Lemon has been saying that. It's like, no, dude, that is delusional bullshit. Okay, let me tell you something. If America is on trial because of this, then it's not a good look, sweaty. Okay, we are not a beacon of democracy if we literally have to fight with people, have to storm the fucking streets to get a semblance of justice in an instance where 45 people literally physically documented a fucking police murder on an unarmed individual. And even after all of that, there's still people that are literally like, I don't know, maybe he deserved to die because he had taken fentanyl at some point in his life, or he had a fucking Percocet potentially that could have been in his blood flow for 24 fucking hours prior. So, like, no, we are not a beacon of democracy. If anything, this trial and the fact that it takes this much effort to convict a murderous cop, and how unique it is for specifically the state of Minnesota, but also the entirety of the United States, how unique this is that a cop can kill someone with his fucking hands in front of 45 people, okay? In front of so many people, including minors. Like little kids, little 9-year-old kid was there, and he recognized what was going on. And yet there are still dense motherfuckers in this country that are so blinded by white supremacy that they cannot see what a 9-year-old boy could. Okay? The fact that this is such a unique case that we don't even know if justice will be served, that this could be a precedent for future for police reform in some capacity, just to start police reform, implies that American democracy is not a beacon of prosperity and hope. Okay? So I'm sick and tired of mainstream media broadcasters looking at this instance and saying, wow, the rest of the world is looking at us right now for advice and guidance. It's like, no, dude, I really hope that the rest of the world is not looking at us for guidance, but I also know that the rest of the world, specifically like Western nations or even like just comparable OECD nations, are not looking to us on for guidance with respect to how America does policing.
Like I said, it's too much, but I know there's, and I'm not threatening when I say this, but I know there's going to be a problem if this verdict doesn't go the right way.
Racism is not over with a guilty verdict? No, even police practices are not reformed with a guilty verdict.
The justice that we're asking for.
The Floyd family has called for
the verdict
peace.
has been reached. We just don't know what it is.
Might be worried about exactly what might happen if this verdict doesn't go the right way.
We want peace too. That's what we wanted to begin with. If Chauvin would have been peaceful with the way he was policing, this wouldn't have happened. And I'm not advocating for burning everything down and, whatever the rhetoric is, but
yes, the world is because we train their cops. That's literally not true.
The oppressed,
you are
right?
Straight up wrong.
So,
if anything, our police force and the kettling corralling strategies and whatnot that we have learned in American police departments are literally a remnant of post 9/11 training that the American police departments got from the IDF. Okay, so a lot of the strategies that the American police apply right now as a normal part of their process is literally directly fucking taught in post 9/11, in the post 9/11 era for counterterrorism initiatives taught by the IDF.
Otherwise, it's just radio silence again.
What do you think this means again? Do you think policing in America? Do you think this trial will change anything? Do you think that there needs to be more police reform? Do you think that any meaningful change will happen in your view from this verdict?
I hope so. If we're able to look at the history of what policing is in America, it was never founded to support people that look like me. So there needs to be change. There needs to be an evolution, right? So we need to stop doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Thank you, man, for talking to us. We really appreciate you taking the time. So, Lester, her comments are something we've heard over and over again here. Just she said she was traumatized listening to this trial, had a very tough time listening to it. You see a frustration among many of the folks here wondering what the verdict will be. But, I wanted to share her story with you because it is something we've heard over and over again, not just over the past couple of days, but really since the death of George Floyd last May.
And Gabe, thank you for sharing that interview. It was a good interview, and we appreciate it. I want to, first of all, let you know we are at 3:54 Central Time right now, near the end of the half hour in which we were told that we would be hearing the verdict. But as you know, things move on their own time, so we're not going anywhere. We'll continue to wait for that jury to return to the courtroom and the announcement of the verdict in the Derek Chauvin case. As we watch the crowd build in Minneapolis, let's take you all the way to the White House now. Kristen Welker is there. Kristen, they are watching all this very carefully there.
They're watching it very carefully, Lester.
I already ran the ad earlier.
I just spoke with a White House
instead of running it at the top of the hour because I thought the verdict would come now. So don't worry about that for now. Why are you at 100Thieves? Because I didn't realize that the verdict was going to come. I didn't realize the verdict was going to happen today. Okay, and I made this prior obligation a long time ago, thinking that we were gonna have a fun 420 like last year, where I would probably smoke a little bit of weed and play some fucking Uno. And when I realized that because of COVID restrictions, that I would not be able to leave the compound, because once you get tested, you're not supposed to leave the compound. You have to stay there for the entire day because you might, this is just a COVID restriction, beyond like getting tested numerous times leading up to this event. I hit up the CASHAPP guys and I was like, I need to stream today. This is a very, very, very important verdict that I will definitely cover. So they were at least kind enough to allow me to stream as the event is going on. The event has already started. Everyone around me and the other side of the compound is literally fucking at this event, this Uno tournament. I'm gonna have to go and play Uno, shut all of this off in my mind and play Uno in a little bit. It's just, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to try my best, okay? But not in a little bit, at fucking 3 p.m.
He was echoing the emotions that go along with this trial. So the White House is watching and waiting to see what will happen along with the rest of the world. And Lester, I can tell you that top officials are huddled in their offices as they try to prepare to respond. Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. So we'll monitor that front as well. I want to go to NBC's Tremaine Lee. He's been closely following the trial. He's in the Greenwood neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a traditionally black neighborhood there. Tremaine, great to have you on. You're in a place obviously steeped in African-American history. I want to run this past you. And I'm sure you've been part of these conversations. There is a sense among activists, among communities of color,
as soon as the tournament is over, I'll probably go back home and restart the stream as well.
And I'm wondering if you see a risk in that assumption, thinking that this one will be different.
Lester, you know what, folks in this community, especially as you mentioned, there's such a deep history in this Greenwood community. They dealt with the 1921 race massacre. Then in 2016, Terrence Crutcher was shot and killed by a police officer. It was on video. There is currently a bill working its way through the state legislature that would make it illegal to film police. So this idea of a wariness to get their hopes up, even in the face of what so many people believe is evidence that is clear and just crystal clear, right? So to your point there, they don't want to get their hopes up because black folks in this country haven't really experienced true justice. And so in this case, one way or the other, as I was speaking to a lawyer activist in Ferguson on my way to Tulsa, and he said, no matter what, America is not on trial. American racism is not in trial. Police aren't even on trial. This is the trial of Derek Chauvin. And so after the verdict is read, whether it's a guilty verdict or a non-guilty verdict, if policing doesn't change in this country, especially the way black bodies and black communities are policed, what difference will it make? So that wariness, that anxiety, that kind of tightening of the gut that so many people are feeling all across this country, a place like Greenwood, these residents know it more than most, Lester.
Yeah, Jermaine, thank you for joining us, and please stand by as we continue to wait for the verdict to be announced from Minneapolis. As we do that, we want to turn to criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, we talked earlier about, I called it the speed of the verdict. I think you countered that, they sometimes go this quickly. But does it tend to favor one side or the other?
Take all the conventional wisdom and courthouse gossip you may have heard about quick verdicts and throw it right out the window, Lester, because when it's a high-profile case, all the rules get scrapped. Nothing is what it normally seems. And in a case like this where you already have complicated jury instructions for
the verdict has been reached already. They're just late in fucking revealing the verdict. Everybody shut up. It doesn't mean anything now.
Intentional act, but in this case, it is a conceitedly
hearing the verdict
late,
it doesn't change anything. The verdict has been reached already, okay?
A little with that.
What matters more is
the question of, did they do one of two things?
What matters more is when the verdict was, how long it took the verdict to be reached, and it took 10 hours.
Or did they walk into the jury room and say, I don't think the defense had it at any point here? And, we may never know exactly how the discussions went down unless the jurors are willing to talk afterwards. But this short verdict does certainly suggest that the jurors didn't go through all of that detail, at least that the prosecution put up in that very effective grid, showing all of the elements, all of the information. That doesn't mean that they discounted it. They may have just felt the prosecution already made its case, or on the other side, that the defense made a stronger case, or at least that they raised reasonable doubt. The defense never had to prove innocence. They just had to raise reasonable doubt by undercutting any of the framework of the prosecution's elements of the crimes.
They gave them kind of an a la carte menu, the idea that maybe he died from carbon monoxide poisoning from the car, that maybe his heart was enlarged, that the drugs affected things. Was that more or less than you would expect in a case like this in terms of things that the jury might be able to hang a reasonable doubt belief on?
That's right. I mean, those elements, so you had three major causative elements that the defense argued. Number one, that fentanyl levels were well above what studies show is a fatal dosage. I think he had his were at 11, and studies show that 3 is enough to kill with fentanyl. Methamphetamines were not at a fatal dosage, but combined with other things like his poor health, his obstructed arteries, and even his COVID diagnosis, and this is what the defense argued, could have caused the death. But in a
guys, it's just a defense's argument. Stop freaking out.
Defense, because in Minnesota, as long as the defendant set into motion the events that caused the death, that is enough for causation. In a way, it kind of inverts the burden and puts the burden on the defense to show that no matter how mean or nasty this knee was on the back of George Floyd's neck, it was not a substantial causative factor. The true substantial causative factor was that George Floyd's poor health combined with drug intake was the cause of his death. In a sense, the defense did have a burden here. They undertook a burden to prove their alternate theory, which was causation, and we're going to find out whether or not they met that burden. And of course, I use burden in air quotes because the burden always rests with the prosecution. It never shifts, and the defendant is supposedly cloaked in the presumption of innocence.
Yeah, the defense was talking about what a reasonable officer would do in this situation. That was a lot of part of their closing. Let me go, actually, let's just check where we are. We're a little after 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time. On the left of your screen, you're watching the crowd gathering near the courthouse. We were expecting to hear the verdict in the Derek Chauvin case. We still are. We were expecting to hear it in the last half hour, but we remain with you as the wheels of justice turn toward the verdict in this case. The jury formally deliberating a little over 10 hours before reaching their decision here early afternoon Minneapolis time, and we got the word that between 3:30 and 4 Central Time, we would hear a verdict. But no doubt we were drawing close, and that crowd obviously waiting with anticipation and bated breath to know where this case will go. Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer videotaped in that infamous tape that showed his knee on the neck of George Floyd for 9.5 minutes. The prosecution's case is that he died as a result of that pressure, essentially suffocated, asphyxiated by Derek Chauvin. Let's go to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's outside the courthouse watching the crowds, and that's building a sense of certainly tension out there. Gabe?
Yeah, Lester, this crowd has been growing over the last hour or so, and as you can see behind me, they're gathered here holding up signs, chanting, throwing their support behind George Floyd's family and watching.
All right, the judge is
right
in
front here of the Hennepin County Government Center. This is the courthouse where the verdict is expected.
Derek Chauvin is back in the court. Court proceedings are starting right now, boys.
In Minneapolis, and I've spoken with you, Philippe, many times since the death of George Floyd. And if you can put this into context
Holy
for our
fucking
viewers,
shit, dude.
How significant is this moment right now?
Members of the jury, I understand you have a verdict. Members of the jury, I will now read the verdicts as they will appear in the permanent records of the 4th Judicial District. State of Minnesota, County of Hennepin, District Court, 4th Judicial District. State of Minnesota Plaintiff versus Derek Michael Chauvin, Defendant. Verdict, Count 1. Court File Number 27, CR 20-12646. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to Count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:44 p.m. Signed, juror foreperson, juror number 19.
Let's go.
Same caption, verdict count 2. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:45 p.m. Signed by jury foreperson, juror number 19. Same caption, verdict count 3. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th
They hit him in with the hardest one.
At 1:45 p.m. Jury foreperson 019. Members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you individually if these are your true and correct verdicts. Please respond yes or no. Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 19, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 27, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 44, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 52, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 55, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 79, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 85, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 89, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 91, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 92, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Are these your verdicts? So say you one, so say you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've said this already, but once again, the uncertainty that we all experienced here, the uncertainty that we all experienced here on this day, that a cop could fucking murder someone in broad daylight with his bare fucking hands,
What I'm going to ask you to do now is
in front of
follow the deputy back into your
so many
room,
fucking people,
and I will join you in a few minutes to
filmed
answer
from numerous angles,
and to advise
where all of the people that were
All rise for the
involved tried to stop him, where his own police chief said that this was unacceptable. Other members of law enforcement said this was unacceptable, and yet we still were genuinely worried that this motherfucker might not face justice. That uncertainty alone implies that America still has a very long way to go
we're gonna have,
as far as reaching a actually just justice system. Okay,
written arguments.
We're not even talking about racism. Okay, I'm not even getting to the fucking systemic discrimination within the criminal justice system.
1 week after that.
Okay, we're not even over there. We're not even there yet. Okay, Punishment is not justice. I've said this many times for the chatter who pointed that out. You know my point of view. I do not believe in draconian punitive measures. I think that is a legitimate problem. Okay? It's a legitimate problem with American culture.
Is there a motion on behalf of
But this is accountability. This is bare minimum accountability.
Bail is revoked, bond is discharged, and the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Hennepin County Sheriff. Anything further?
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Going to jail, motherfucker.
We're adjourned.
Remember, this doesn't fucking bring George Floyd back. This doesn't, you know, this doesn't begin to address the horrible things that have happened. It's just a tiny first step. A tiny first fucking step towards a semblance of justice. Or a little bit of accountability for in
Chauvin remanded in the custody of the sheriff.
The state of, once again, I got to repeat myself, historic for the state of Minnesota, where a white cop for the first time ever has been criminally charged for the murder of a black person. Okay? First time.
The reaction can best be summarized by Bree Graham. She's the woman I spoke with just before this verdict was read, who told us that she had been traumatized watching this trial. Bree, what is your reaction? And when that verdict was read, what went through your head?
I honestly, I don't really have the words for it right now, and I'm trying to take everything in. And it feels like we can take the day to celebrate that we're finally getting a taste of justice, and then tomorrow we move on to Dante, and we keep doing this until they give us what we need across the board, you know?
Bree, a few moments ago I saw you you started crying. It was emotional for not just you, but many folks here. Explain to me a little bit more about, you know, what did you have doubts leading into this verdict? How much anticipation, how worried were you about this?
Of course I had doubts. We have doubts every time something happens. I mean, we have doubts when the police say that he's unarmed and, you know, Adam Toledo had his hands up. We have doubts when they lie about what the cameras are. We always have doubts, and this was definitive and this was solidified, and we finally got the justice that we needed. People see it on the news and they don't understand, but living here and breathing this energy in every single day, it's so much, and it finally feels like the smoke has cleared just a tiny bit, enough just to take a deep breath, you know?
Bree, tell our viewers a little bit about yourself. You were telling me you're 31 years old. You've lived in Minneapolis for how long? 10 years?
Yeah, over 10 years in St. Paul and Minneapolis, and you know, this is what I would call home. My friends are here, some of my most important families here.
Incredibly significant moment. I'm glad we were able to share this with you, Bree. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Yeah.
And again, we appreciate your time. Lester, what she told me is something just we saw unfold here just within the last few minutes. If we can look around, you know, this is the demonstrators that had gathered here. They all gathered close together to watch the verdict unfold live on their cell phones, and they all gathered in small groups, and some of the feeds came in just a few seconds before the others. Different people were yelling guilty on that first count, and then I think once the second and the third count came in guilty, there was just a wave that just rippled across this crowd. And I think if I could sum it up in one word, Lester, it is relief. Relief from a crowd that had been waiting for this verdict for months. Relief from a community that had seen razor wire and barricades and boarded up buildings just engulf downtown Minneapolis. Relief from people like Bree Graham, who did not know what would happen and who told us how this is something she'd been waiting for. And now the question becomes, is this just about George Floyd? What about Dante Wright? What about other police encounters that are still very much on the minds of the demonstrators here? But again, Lester, if I had to sum up what I just saw in the last few moments, it would be relief. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you for just joining us. Guilty on all counts against Derek Chauvin, who watched the jury or looked out toward the judge, his eyes darting, but a very serious, focused look as he heard those counts, all 3 verdicts read against him. And as we noted, he is now in the custody of the county sheriff there and will remain in custody pending his sentencing 8 weeks from now. Let's turn to criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, obviously a huge effort on the part of the prosecution in this case, more than 40 witnesses, and they were victorious today.
They were. And I'm sure that if you talk to any of the prosecutors moments before the verdict was read, none of them felt it was a sure thing. None of them felt they had a layup. None of them thought it was a slam dunk, and they shouldn't. I mean, because they always have the burden, the highest burden in our law, beyond a reasonable doubt. They know that it only takes one juror, and it only really takes reasonable doubt about a single element of a crime. So for that reason, that's why you saw so many witnesses paraded through. But the prosecution was very methodical. They had witnesses that went to the emotion of the jurors, witnesses that spoke to the science, that spoke to the use of force. And as we can see, that presentation was very effective, and possibly even that final rebuttal by the prosecution, which was a little more passionate and ended with that memorable line about Derek Chauvin's heart being too small. Not that George Floyd's heart was too large, Derek Chauvin's heart too small. Might have left a real mark on the jury as they went into deliberations. They might have been thinking about that throughout their relatively short deliberation.
I can't believe motherfuckers are angry already on Twitter. Like dudes are really, Ben Shapiro is really on fucking Twitter right now, upset that a murderer cop, like for the first time in fucking Minnesota history, was convicted guilty of murdering a black person, and this motherfucker's already upset. Like, dude, these people are such fucking clowns, dude. I wasn't going to look for malding. I wasn't going to look for fucking gray name takes. But it is so incredible. I'm going to ratio this piece of shit, dude. Fucking asshole. I'll report you for self-harm for watching Shapipi's tweets. I just don't understand how you can be this fucking person. I don't understand how you can look to an instance where, like, you're supposed to uphold the criminal justice system, and, like, you're still looking for some shit. You're still looking for an opportunity. Do you think he'll ever read that? Oh no, Ben does read the tweets in response to him. He's just he 100% sees that shit. It's just that it is wild, dude. Absolutely fucking wild. Absolutely wild to me that he sees an instance like, I mean, you're so horny. You are so fucking horny. How horny can you get to see black people fucking suffer, dude? That, like, the one instance where like it's so open and cut, and the justice system in all of its endless sea of inequalities and unjust actions turns around and, like, arrives at the fucking correct verdict, and he's still upset. Like, still upset. And don't forget, this is just one case, guys. This is one case. Think about all of the endless instances where the countless times where black people get fucking killed and it's not on camera, or the body camera footage is erased, or the body camera footage, there is no body camera footage to begin with because the leading officer in the case will just be like, turn off your fucking body camera before you do anything. Like, for justice to be served in this instance, it took numerous people trying to interfere. It took countless amounts of actual on the ground first-hand account eyewitnesses. Breonna Taylor never got justice. You know what I mean? And ultimately, it's not like George Floyd got justice either, because there is no justice when George Floyd is dead. Like, what is the fucking justice? It's not like he can get unmurdered. This is not justice. This is accountability. What happens next will be justice, depending on what happens next, depending on what comes after this. Then it could start to be justice. But we're not at justice yet. We're at accountability, okay? Steven Crowder is worried that police are going to quit the force. Expect more police to quit in the coming weeks. Motherfucker, if cops are quitting because they can't do murder, like brutal murder with their hands, then like those cops literally should not be on the police force. Like, good. Murder with their bare hands. Why are you upset? There you go. Fuck you, Steven Crowder, you little bitch. Like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine looking at a situation like this and being like, the mob, led by Democrats at the highest level, successfully initiated the jury into getting the result they wanted before the trial started? Yeah, I'm not even touching Matt Walsh. Fuck that guy. He does not deserve. Look, Ben Shabibo is one thing. His fucking minions, I'm not going to waste time with. Like, motherfuckers in here don't even need to know. Like, these people should be embarrassed to have these opinions. They should be embarrassed or scared to be able to say things like this in public. Ben is always on the wrong side of history. Ahead of the trial for the murder of George Floyd, Ben Shapiro defends Derek Chauvin at length.
Also, the city of Minneapolis, they just backed off of a plan. They had an actual plan to hire social media influencers to combat misinformation during the Derek Chauvin trial. The reason for this, of course, is because we have seen many instances over the past year in which there will be rumors that go around about a particular incident involving police that are just not true, and people then riot based on those rumors. So we have seen that many times over the course of the last year, where there will be a text that goes out that somebody was shot unarmed, and it turns out not only were they not unarmed, they were threatening the police, but a riot starts anyway, because the facts do not matter in these particular cases. Now, the reason I bring this up is because it is a very bad situation. We are in a very bad situation in our country when only a verdict that a particular side of the political aisle likes results in peace, right? In other words, if Derek Chauvin gets convicted of second-degree murder, which I think is an overcharge, legally speaking, this looks more like third-degree murder to me, if that at all, right? Like, there's a better case for excessive force than either of those two. Frankly, I think that Chauvin has a fairly strong defense here. I mean, just on a legal level, put aside the morality of what Derek Chauvin did, Chauvin on a legal level is going to have a fairly strong defense here. And I'm just warning people about this right now, because the way the media are going to portray this is if Derek Chauvin gets off, then it's going to be because the system failed and your eyes are, you can trust your eyes when you watch that tape, but you can't trust the system.
listen, this is before the trial, but the other thing I was going to say is, I'm fucking tweeting this too, so I'm sorry, spoiler alert, but conservatives should be embarrassed right now to look defeated in this moment. You know what I mean? Like, you can be a conservative and think that Derek Chauvin is a murderer. Like, I will literally say, you can be a conservative and think that Derek Chauvin was a murderer. There are even conservatives who think Derek Chauvin is a murderer. I mean, fucking Pat Robertson was literally saying Derek Chauvin is bad. Now, obviously, the reasoning behind why he was saying that Derek Chauvin is bad was because he thought that, you know, it was riling up the blacks too much. But, you know, even when that motherfucker is on George Floyd's side, then holy shit, like, you should literally feel embarrassed or scared to openly admit your disdain or to look defeated in this moment. You should be embarrassed to look defeated in this moment. But some don't even have the decency to hide their disdain. Like, they are literally straight up like Ben Shabibo, Steven Crowder, motherfuckers, they don't even care. Like, they're just straight up like, I am upset. I am upset that a white cop murdered a black person, okay? And couldn't get away with it. I am mad. Like, what the fuck?
Derek Chauvin's defense is pretty straightforward here. His defense is going to be that George Floyd had enough fentanyl in him to kill a horse. Okay, that is going to be his claim. And there's going to be fairly good evidence for that. There was a medical autopsy done after George Floyd died. The medical examiner said explicitly that if George Floyd had been found dead in his house with that level of fentanyl in his blood, then he would have immediately declared it a drug overdose.
This is not even true, but
the medical examiner in that particular case
wrong
struggled to find evidence that the knee on the neck of George Floyd is what actually caused his death.
Wrong.
There's good video evidence from before the actual 8-minute clip that everybody has seen that George Floyd was acting in extraordinarily erratic ways, that he was resisting arrest, that he
does not matter.
Appeared to be suffering from a condition that is known in the police community as excited delirium, where people are high on drugs and then their heart rate starts to rise extremely fast. They start to act very, very erratic. And then if they have underlying health conditions in any way, then in certain instances, they die of that underlying health condition. The Minneapolis statutes with regard to police use of force do allow the kind of hold that Chauvin was using on George Floyd. George Floyd explicitly.
Also, the GG's. Wow, I think that's a bingo. I guess we could continue, but basically every part of this is just wrong. This is all before, by the way, just for the record.
He asked not to be put in the car. They tried to push George Floyd into the car. He said he wanted the windows open. They opened the windows for him. He then pushed his way out of the car. And then he said he wanted to be outside the car, at which point they held him down. And again, just medically speaking, if somebody says that they cannot breathe, if you can say that you can't breathe, that typically means that you can actually breathe. Right? What that means.
Literally wrong. Straight up wrong. That's not the truth at all. Holy shit. I am glad that Harvard-educated lawyer Ben Shabibo decided to not become a fucking trial lawyer and instead became a fucking charlatan grifter for the right, because turns out, like, what do you mean medically speaking? I want to understand, like, does Ben Shabibo believe that because his wife is a doctor that he, by osmosis, kind of like, not dissimilar to Donald Trump, whose uncle was in MIT, understands the medical profession quite well? My wife is a doctor, after all. Therefore, I have the medical proficiency to speak as an expert on this regard. And no one can speak while they're being choked. This is the case. For example, if you're being waterboarded and you start making noises, that means you're technically not being waterboarded, medically speaking. This was all before the trial, I believe. So that's why he's like wrong on every fucking count. Medically speaking, if your wife's P word is wet, then you need a mop, and it is a medical disability.
Medically speaking, is that you're having a heart condition. Right? Very often, when someone says they can't breathe, that is not because you are having a closure of the trachea. Right? It's not about your neck being in some way pressured. Right? There's no damage that was actually done to George Floyd's neck in the autopsy. So again, all of this is going to be what the defense is for Derek Chauvin, and they have to prove some level of intent by Chauvin, which is going to be super difficult. right? The notion that you can say that this police officer came to kill that day, right, which is kind of what you have to say in a second-degree murder trial. First degree, like he fully intended to kill him, he wanted to do it. Second degree is reckless disregard, that he did it knowing that George Floyd might die. That's going to be hard to prove. Again, if they really wanted to get Chauvin, the best they could have done here, I think, is probably an excessive force charge. Now,
Oh, that's really interesting. I too love watching Ben Shapiro, so I can be wrong on all accounts.
maybe because of all the hubbub surrounding the trial, the jury decides to convict anyway because they don't want.
Like, dude, I mean, honestly, let me do this to Ben. Like, let me do what fucking Chauvin did to George Floyd to Ben Shapiro, if it's not like a serious thing. But here's the reality. If I were to say this out loud, like, motherfuckers could literally be like, he's threatening to harm me physically. Oh, okay, so you understand that it's like literally a felony level aggravated assault where you could end up murdering someone if you were to do that. You know what I mean? That's the inherent irony in how conservatives operate. Like, that's precisely why when Steven fucking Crowder, that asshole who turned around and tried to recreate the murder of George Floyd, the reckless disregard that they have for Black lives, by the way, holy shit. They're like taking it one step beyond murder porn and literally fucking reenacting the murder porn. When Steven Crowder was doing that, he didn't actually do the exact same thing that happened, right? He didn't. The reason why he couldn't do that is because he knows that if he were to do that, he could have fucking died, okay? Twitch posted, death of black people at the hands of the police has been an ever-present issue in American history. The events surrounding this recent trial are a grim reminder of how far we as a society still have to go for basic humanity of others to be valued and treated as sacred. Jesus Christ. Okay, Twitch. Good shit, Twitch. Oh, Keith Ellison is speaking now. I love Keith Ellison. We are waiting on Keith Ellison to speak now.
What's just happened, again, the three,
sorry,
in all accounts against Derek Chauvin, second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter.
I just blasted people's eardrums. I'm sorry.
Into custody while he awaits sentencing 8 weeks from now. The crowd largely constrained, subdued in many ways, and certainly showing a sense of relief and satisfaction that the system worked, in their opinion, in this case. I apologize. All hoping, of course, that this will be a peaceful evening ahead as this verdict is absorbed and this city that has been so emotionally wrenched over the last year begins to find its footing amid all this. And here's a picture outside the scene. I guess we can call it the crime scene now. This is where George Floyd took his last breaths, on this corner under the knee of former officer Derek Chauvin. We saw many pictures of many angles of this intersection, both police body cams, a security camera across the street, even cameras from the convenience store across the street, where George Floyd had visited before his fatal encounter with police. There's a memorial at this site that has been ongoing since after his death, and you can see now people arriving at the scene to pay their respects and to remember all of what happened and what has just happened in all of this. Let me go to NBC correspondent Megan Pfister. Let me sorry, Megan, before we go to you, I understand we had pictures, we had some sound actually from George Floyd's brother reacting to this. Do we have that?
We're here in the family room, and we're going to have a press conference soon. But we just broke down in tears because, all of the work and pain down through the years, all the families, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend is here, and we're going to talk later. But Rodney Floyd, his brother's here, Philonis is on his way from the courthouse. This is a monumental only around. The war's not over. We've got a funeral in 2 days. We've got Eric Garner that never got this. We've got Breonna Taylor never got this. But God brought us through. And the first thing we're going to do with the press conference is have prayer and thank God. Rodney, just tell him how you felt. I know you were crying like I was crying.
Yes. I mean, I'm feeling
tears of joy, so emotional that no family in history ever got this far. You know, we were able to get a guilty charge on all accounts. You know, we got a chance to go to trial, and they took it all away. So this right here is for everyone that's been in this situation, everybody. Everybody. We are here. We stand in a unit. Thank you for Sharpton for being right here with us from the very first day until the last. I know we're not done yet. I love it.
God bless you.
That's Rodney Floyd along with Reverend Al Sharpton. His first reaction after that guilty verdict delivered by a Minneapolis jury today as we again look at the scene. The crowd gathered at that scene where George Floyd took his final breaths. NBC correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is back in downtown Minneapolis for us, giving us a sense of the scene there. Megan?
Yeah, Lester, you know, just seeing those moments there of Rodney Floyd reacting to this verdict, like I was saying, I had a chance to speak with the family yesterday, and they said this is what they've been praying for. And when you really just break it down and think about it, they had to relive the moment that their brother, as they say, was just executed in the street. So this is incredibly traumatic for the family. And then I also talked to them a little bit about the trauma that was felt throughout the country, and they understood that. They understood that this case here was very personal, deeply personal for the entire country. And we see that with the protests that have broken out all across the country of people of all races and nationalities. And so just behind me here, down below, we can hear the honking. We can hear the chants of justice. George Floyd, the crowd has said on several occasions. There is a sense of relief here. And we've been reporting about the tension, about the buildings that have been boarded up, about the anxiety that was mounting in this town as they were awaiting for this verdict. So it's certainly a sigh of relief. It's a moment of hope. I've been texting with people that we met yesterday, many protesters who say a weight has been lifted off of their shoulders. They feel more optimistic that the country is heading in the right direction, that a black person killed at the hands of law enforcement has an opportunity to get justice. And so a lot of hopeful feelings here, Lester, with protesters that are on the ground.
Megan, thank you. As we continue to see the different shots of folks now waving flags and reacting.
The prosecutor's podcast estimated 12.5 years sentencing and found guilty on all three counts, primarily due to him being a first-time offender. Yeah, I don't know if the judge will throw the book at him. The aggravating factors there are.
You know, just seeing Rodney Floyd said it all. That family never gave up, and they know that this verdict will never bring.
Bro, fucking Amy Klobuchar literally speaking out on this is so stupid because she literally defended brutal cops in Minneapolis. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck? Dude, this is... No, actually, no, it's perfect. This is perfect for the American criminal justice system and American media when, like, not a single person... Oh, shit. What the fuck? What just happened? Oh, no, I think I might have hit the fucking... Hold on. I lost my webcam. Hold on. I think I...
Reverend Al and others have talked about the cases that have not been solved. No one was held in account for her death, and that list goes on and on. What should the takeaway be, at least from this case, in terms of the criminal justice system?
Lester, this is the call for action. This jury did the right thing here, but there's so many cases across the country, and to me, the Senate can't wait anymore. We have to pass police reform, the George Floyd bill. We have to pass police reform and ban chokeholds, and there are so many things that we could do, and Senator Booker is leading this effort in the Senate and doing an incredible job.
Hold on a moment, guys.
I hope my colleagues see this as a beginning.
One second.
It's the beginning.
Senator, great to talk to you. We see the prosecution team here. Mr. Ellison, who you noted, is here as well. So let's listen in.
Thank you.
There's more room on this side. Yeah, more room. Sorry about that. Can you see everybody? Yes, thank you. That's much better. So Natasha, people got to be able to see the baby too. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. And since the investigation and prosecution of this case began last May, Everyone involved has pursued one goal, justice. We pursued justice wherever it led. When I became the lead prosecutor for the case, I asked for time and patience to review the facts, gather evidence, and prosecute for the murder of George Floyd to the fullest extent the law allowed. I want to thank the community for giving us that time and allowing us to do our work. That long, hard, painstaking work has culminated today. I would not call today's verdict justice, however, because justice implies true restoration. But it is accountability, which is the first step towards justice. And now the cause of justice is in your hands. And when I say your hands, I mean the hands of the people of the United States. George Floyd mattered. He was loved by his family and his friends. His death shocked the conscience of our community, our country, the whole world. He was loved by his family and friends. But that isn't why he mattered. He mattered because he was a human being. And there is no way we can turn away from that reality. The people who stopped and raised their voices on May 25th, 2020, were a bouquet of humanity, a phrase I stole from my friend Jerry Blackwell. A bouquet of humanity, old, young, men and women, black and white, a man from the neighborhood just walking to get a drink, a child going to buy a snack with her cousin, an off-duty firefighter on her way to a community garden, brave young women, teenagers, who press record on their cell phone.
Is Nancy Pelosi fucking joking?
Why did they stop? They didn't know George Floyd. They didn't know he had a beautiful family. They didn't know he had been a great athlete. And they didn't know he was a proud father or that he had people in his life who loved him.
I'll show you what she said in a second.
They stopped and raised their voices, and they even challenged authority because they saw his humanity. They stopped and they raised their voices because they knew that what they were seeing was wrong. They didn't need to be medical professionals or experts in the use of force. They knew it was wrong, and they were right. These community members, this bouquet of humanity, did it again in this trial. They performed simple yet profound acts of courage. They told the truth, and they told the whole world the truth about what they saw. They were vindicated by the chief of police, by Minneapolis' longest-serving police officer, and by many other police officers who stepped up and testified as to what they saw and to what they knew. What happened on that street was wrong.
Once this is over, I'll show you in the Nancy Pelosi tweet. Hold on.
And we owe our gratitude.
Or not a tweet, but her statement at a presser.
We owe them our gratitude for fulfilling their civic duty and for their courage in telling the truth. To countless people in Minnesota and across the United States who joined them in peacefully demanding justice for George Floyd, we say, all of us, thank you. In the coming days, more may seek to express themselves again through petition and demonstration. I urge everyone to honor the legacy of George Floyd by doing so calmly, legally, and peacefully. I urge everyone to continue the journey to transformation and justice. It's in your hands now. I also want to address the Floyd family, if I may. Over the last year, the family of George Floyd had to relive again and again the worst day of their lives when they lost their brother, their father, their friend. I'm profoundly grateful to them for giving us the time we needed to prosecute this case. They have shown the world what grace and class and courage really look like. Although a verdict alone cannot end their pain, I hope it's another step on the long path toward healing for them. There's no replacing your beloved Perry, or Floyd, as his friends called him, but he is the one who sparked a worldwide movement, and that's important. We owe our thanks to the men and women of the jury who gave many hours of their time and attention to carefully listening to the evidence, weighing the facts, rendering a verdict. They are regular people from all walks of life, a lot like that bouquet of humanity on that corner on May 25th and in that courtroom. They answered the call, and they served in a landmark trial. They now deserve to return to their lives. If they ask you to respect their privacy, we ask you to honor that request. I want to acknowledge the remarkable team that helped us prosecute the case. We put everything we had into this prosecution. We presented the best case that we could, and the jury heard us, and we're grateful for that. We had the sole burden of proof in the case, and history shows that winning cases like these can be difficult. I'm proud of every hour, every minute, and every ounce of effort we put in this case, and let me tell you, we spent many hours working on this case, did we not? We, week after week, committee meeting after committee meeting, this team never let up and it never quit. We fought every day, and we did it together. The Attorney General's office together with the Hennepin County Attorney's office. Thank you, sir. And we did it together. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who worked on the case. Most of these folks will tell you it's a bad idea to put together a team of all Michael Jordans. Nobody would want to pass the ball. This team, that was their true strength, is sharing the load, passing the ball, understanding that all of us together are smarter than any one of us alone. And that worked. Although the verdict has been rendered, this is not the end. In the coming weeks, the court will determine sentencing, and later this summer, we expect to present another case. We will not be talking about that. This verdict reminds us how hard it is to make enduring change. And I just want to finish by sharing some important historical legacy, if you allow me. In 1968, the Kerner Commission was formed to investigate the causes of uprisings across major American cities. And a man named Dr. Kenneth Clark, a famous African-American psychologist who, along with his equally accomplished psychologist wife, Mamie, contributed to compelling research in the Brown versus Board of Education case. And Dr. Clark testified at the Kerner Commission. And I want to quote you what he said. I read that report, the one in the 1919 riot in Chicago, and it was as if I were reading the report of investigating the committee of the Harlem riot in 1935, the report on investigating the Harlem riot in 1943, and the report of the McCone Commission on the Watts riot. I must say again in candor to you, the members of this commission, it's like a kind of an Alice in Wonderland with the same moving picture reshown over and over again, the same analysis, the same recommendation, and the same inaction. Those are the words of Dr. Clark in 1968. Here we are in 1920.
I don't want to stop the fucking
2020, 2021. Here we are in 2021.
I don't want to stop
still addressing the same problem.
The take from.
Since Dr. Clark testified, we have seen Rodney King, Abner Louima, Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland.
We're gonna listen
Lando
to Keith Ellison
Castillo,
first.
Laquan McDonald, Stephon Clark, Atiana Jefferson, Anton Black, Breonna Taylor, and now Dante Wright and Adam Toledo. This has to end. We need true justice. That's not one case. That is a social transformation that says that nobody's beneath the law and no one is above it. This verdict reminds us that we must make enduring systemic societal change. More than a month ago, months before George Floyd was murdered, the Minnesota Public Safety Commissioner John Harrington and I released the recommendations of our working group on reducing deadly force encounters with law enforcement. What all of us in that working group, including law enforcement, wanted is for everyone to go home safe. Anytime someone doesn't, everyone's lives are changed forever. We need to use this verdict as an inflection point. What if we just prevented the problem instead of having to try these cases. We don't want any more community members dying at the hands of law enforcement and their families' lives ruined. We don't want any more law enforcement members having to face criminal charges and their families' lives ruined. We don't want any more communities torn apart. One way to prevent this,
if you want to see the Nancy Pelosi quote, just look at my Twitter. I posted it on my Twitter, or retweeted it.
The use of force.
I'm gonna show you the video in a little bit.
Subtle assumptions. I'm so proud of Chief Arredondo and the Minneapolis police officers who, by their testimony, said enough is enough. And another way to prevent it is by acknowledging and lifting up everyone's humanity, helping communities heal, and officers be well. Another way to prevent it is with accountability. Passing laws and instituting policies and training is important, but they must be more than words on paper, and there must be accountability for violating them. With this verdict, we have brought some accountability. Finally, this verdict demands us to never give up the hope that we can make enduring change. Generations of people said slavery would never end. Generations said Jim Crow would never end. Generations said women would never be equal to men. Generations said if you were different in any way, you could never be a full and equal member of our society. Today, we have to end this travesty of recurring, enduring deaths at the hands of law enforcement. Those beliefs are things we have to focus our attention on. And as I now do close, I just want to say to you, the work of our generation is to put unaccountable law enforcement behind us. It's time to transform the relationship between community and the people who are sworn to protect them from one that is mistrustful, suspicious, and in some cases terrifying, into one that is empathetic, compassionate, and affirming. That will benefit everyone, including police officers who deserve to serve in a profession that is honored, in departments where they don't have to worry about colleagues who don't follow the rules. Now that work is in your hands. The work of our generation is to put an end to the vestiges of Jim Crow and the centuries of trauma, and finally put an end to racism. We can end it. It doesn't have to be with us into the future if we decide now to have true liberty and justice for all. The work of our generation is to say goodbye to old practices that don't serve us anymore and to put them all behind us. One conviction, even one like this one can create a powerful new opening to shed old practices and reset relationships. So with that, I just want to say that I do hope that people step forward and understand that nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. You can do something the way like everyday people like Donald Williams and Genevieve Hanson and Christopher Martin and Charles McMillan and all those teenagers and young people stepped up and did something. You can do things like help pass the George Floyd Justice and Accountability Act. It's in your hands. Let's get the work done. And now I'd like to invite my friend and partner in justice, Michael Freeman, Hennepin County Attorney.
We've been listening to Keith Ellison. He's the Minnesota Attorney General, along with standing there along with the prosecution team.
I'll show you what the fuck Pelosi said. I mean, leave it up to out of touch Democrats or people like Nancy Pelosi to just like drop a fucking dime, just the absolute flaming take.
So again, thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice. For being there to call out to your mom. How heartbreaking was that?
And if you can't hear what she's saying at the presser, I will just read it out to you. Oh, here, there's a better video.
Your life for justice. Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice. For being there to call out to your mom. How heartbreaking was that? Call out for your mom. I can't breathe. But because of you, and because of thousands, millions of people around the world.
Bro, it's like bad if you just say, thank you, George Floyd, for being murdered, right? Like, that's bad enough. But then she's like, thank God you, like, also called out for your mom. Like, it's so fucking bad, dude. like, what kind of soulless vampire shit is this, dude? How are you so bad at this? I just don't understand. If you've been a politician for this long, you should know how to fucking fake it. You should literally know how to fake it at this point. Like, it's clear to me that she doesn't give a fuck, okay? But my God, dude. I mean, look, is this? I tweeted this, and I guess Jordan tweeted it as well. But like, listen, that presser is this, okay? It's got real fucking I'm a white person wearing the kente cloth energy all over that shit.
Who came out for justice, your name will always be synonymous with justice. Thank you, George Floyd.
I can't think of a mathematically worse way of saying that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there are worse ways of saying that. Actually, I don't know. Hey, kind of tight that you died. Like, you know, whatever, dude. Like, justice is fucking served, dude. You died to fucking end racism, dude. Thanks, George Floyd. We got a W in the court case. Every part of this, from the tone of her voice, like the way she's delivering it, it's just so bad. Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice, because you and your thousands of millions of people around the world came out for justice. Your name will always be synonymous with justice. I don't know. I feel like if it were up to him or his family, like, they probably wouldn't want him dead. I'm just saying, like... She celebrated 420 today and then had to do a pressy. I maybe. Worth 100 million, by the way. Yeah, of course. She's a fucking hard worker, dude. She deserves it, brother. You don't understand. Anyway, let's go back to fucking Greg Gutfeld now, who is so like, it's hard for the poor conservatives. My heart aches for the conservatives that are out and about, you know, trying desperately to find an acceptable way of, you know, looking disappointed with this trial that will not immediately scream that they're basically saying the N-word, okay? Like, that's what the fuck they are looking for right now. They're looking for a way that they can, like, kind of say, like, oh man, justice really wasn't served. It's not easy. It's not easy to do that, okay? It's not easy to do that. So my heart goes out to them. Like, they are the real victims in this situation, obviously. The ones who are still trying to, you know, be as racist as possible in an instance where, you know, justice was, like, seemingly served, you know? So Greg decided to hit the angle of, instead of just straight up saying it, you know what I mean? He hit the angle of, like, here, I'll just leave it up to Greg to mention it, okay?
And now I'm going to just get really selfish. I'm glad that he was found guilty on all charges. Yeah. Even if he might not be guilty of all charges. Oh my God. I am glad that he is guilty of all charges, because I want a verdict that keeps this country from going up in flames.
Bro, when you got other Fox News commentators audibly groaning at your take, like, there's another Fox News commentator in the room who's like, oh, come on, Greg. Like, it is so fucking bad. What a loser, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Like, even the other hosts are like, come on. What the fuck?
Oh, my goodness.
No. What do you mean?
Look, Greg.
Dude, you can't be to the right on Judge Jeanine motherfucking Pirro, okay? She is a psychopath. She is literally a psychopath. You got Judge Jeanine Pirro groaning, dude. This person literally was banned from Fox News, like, for just refusing to admit that Donald Trump lost the presidency. Like, this person low-key was, like, shelved. Her programming was shelved for a while because she was so fucking psychotic that even Fox News was like, dude, you can't. Like, you can't keep being this, like, Dominion software freak. You're not the Mike Pillow, CEO of Mike Pillow broadcaster. You can't do that. That's like Newsmax shit. Like, we can't do that at Fox News. That person is like, keep listening.
What do you mean? No, I'm at least being honest. My neighborhood was looted. I don't ever want to go through that again.
We do not sacrifice individuals for the sake
I'm saying he's guilty. I'm saying I'm glad.
No, Judge Jeanine Pirro is saying the woman doubled down repeatedly saying that Muslims can exist. No. I'm almost certain that she turned around and was like saying, no, this is an open and shut case. Like, the Judge Jeanine Pirro, I'm pretty sure, said in this instance that it was open and shut. No? Chauvin is the 8th officer convicted of murder since 2005 of over 16,000 killings. Yeah, Judge Jeanine Pirro said this. That's why I'm saying this. She said this about the case.
Guilty. And right at around 5:02, they read the verdict guilty on all counts. And get your reaction to that.
Well, clearly the verdict is supported by the facts. This case was extremely unusual. I've tried many murder cases, and I sat as a judge on murder cases. It is rare that you even get a picture of the victim in a murder case, other than maybe an autopsy photo. But here, we had a living, breathing person that the jury was able to relate to every day, day after day, watching the trauma of what he went through, begging for air, begging to breathe. This was...
By the way, this is fucking Judge Jeanine Pirro, motherfucker. Like, listen. We're talking about, again, Judge Jeanine Pirro. I need you to understand. This is why I was saying, like, this is so psychotic. Like, this case was so open and shut that, like, even conservatives are like, come on. She's not fucking based. Okay, stop saying based about Judge Jeanine Pirro. I have to pee so bad. Oh, my God.
Was an emotional as well as an intellectual decision.
No, she's not a good person. This person was literally secretly suspended off of Fox News for engaging in the most psychotic conspiracy theories revolving around the election.
Make no mistake, the facts are solid on this verdict. This verdict will be upheld on appeal. But right now, what people need to understand is that the American justice system works. It works.
Yo, some people in my chat literally are like, wow, murder is bad. Wow, conservative commentator said murder is bad. Fucking base, bro. Sick, dude. Like, yo, where is the bar, guys? Is the bar under the fucking ground? Just set a little bit of a higher expectation for your fellow human beings. You know what I mean?
That people believe in Lady Justice, that if we give it a chance, it can work. And for all those people who want to burn down streets, just let the court do its job, and it will survive.
We'll get more reaction from the panel in a moment. I do want to point out that the family of George Floyd.
Anyway, the bar is in the Mariana Trench, dude. That's where the fucking bar is for conservatives. Our expectations of conservatives. It's literally in the deepest point of the planet. The bar is sunk so low it like came out from the other side. Okay, it's in China. Just kidding. The Earth is flat. I was just testing you guys. Okay. China. All right. Speaking of tests or bars being low, I don't know why. That's not a good fucking segue. But It's top of the hour, boys. It's top of the hour. Every hour, you already know what the deal is. We have a 60-second ad break. I'm going to hit that ad break right now while we continue the broadcast. If you no longer want to see the ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use your Twitch Primes here if you'd like, or also you can use ad block as well if it works. Most of them don't, but you know, go ahead. Later in the evening, I will be Biden is going to be addressing the country later this evening. Also, here, let me run the ad real quick though. 1 second. Let me run the ad. The thing I was going to say is I am going to eventually play Uno with the rest of the influencers that are here in the Cash App compound currently. I will, when they tell me, you know, that my time is up, that I have to go, I'm going to raid the Cash App stream that's going on currently. If you want to go watch that, you can do that as well. And then afterwards, after I'm done with the Uno tournament, I will come back. Okay? I will come back, not here, but back at home and restart my broadcast, okay? Or I'll host them, like not raid them, but I'll host them, okay? So you can stay here if you'd like in the chat and chat about within the community. But I will be back. I will be back later. No role play for the time being, boys, okay? No role play for the time being. We are not gonna be able to do role play for the time being. I have to do this and a bunch of other stuff. Wait, there's a second Gutfeld? Oh, Jesus Christ!
Minutes to go, and I got to tell you, I heard Greg a few minutes ago, and I got to tell you, I don't know, Greg is off his meds if he believes that there was not evidence.
Excuse
That's
me?
What I'm saying.
What did you say?
Let me finish.
What did you say?
Excuse
me? What did he say? Am I off my meds?
Not evidence. Let
You're
me
lucky you're not
finish.
around here.
Let me finish. If you do not believe that there was not evidence.
Excuse
that's
me?
What I'm saying.
What did you
Let
say?
me finish.
What did you say?
Finish.
Bro, why is Greg Gutfeld like operating as though he's been personally slighted? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, I can't believe like police can't kill black people with their bare hands. Or in this one instance, a cop that killed a black person with his bare hands, like, is getting his day in court. Like, this is making me so mad. Like, what? Like, why are you personally offended in this instance? Like, what kind of fucking psychotic, like, what level of racism is Greg Gutfeld on right now?
Excuse me? What did he say? Am I off my meds?
Not evidence. Let
You're
me
lucky you're not
finish.
around here.
Let me finish. If you do not believe that there was evidence that was supported to support these charges, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to tell you. This judge, as Jeanine said, conducted a fair hearing.
That is not what I said.
I'm not finished. As Martha said,
You are finished.
Due process actually worked in this case. And when you look at a police officer with his knee on a man's neck, battering, pushing down on that man's neck, that man is...
Greg Gutfeld, no, you are finished. What the fuck does that mean, dude? I don't even want to know. You know what I'm saying? The fuck's he talking about? No, you are finished, dude.
calling for his mother, calling out for the community, calling out saying he couldn't breathe. And the police officer didn't have enough in him to take his
Ted, if I could
hands
interrupt.
off the neck.
Okay. Let's watch this while I go pee. Sorry, boys.
Of Dante Wright.
I gotta go pee real
in
bad.
The same
I'm gonna
county,
leave
the same
you with
area.
L. Sharpton for a second while I
we
go pee.
still have cases to fight, but this gives us the energy to fight on. And we are determined that we're gonna fight until we make federal law the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act must be law. We want to thank all that were involved, especially the Attorney General and the Governor and others. We want to thank President Biden, who the first time he came out of his house during the campaign, he flew to Houston and met with the family and Attorney Crump and I. And he sat there, and I will never forget, he said to George's daughter that I heard you say your father is going to change the world. Well, we can now tell George's daughter she was right. Her father has begun the changing of the world for real. But before we do anything, we first want to pray and thank God, because somehow God made a way. He had mercy. We believe in a God that can even get through the cracks in the jury room and bring conscience and bring truth. And that jury, we want to thank them for letting God give them the strength wherever they are tonight. We want them to know we broke down in tears when we heard the verdict. We had to hold each other and hug in tears because too many nights we've cried. Many of us for decades spent nights in jail. But today we can wipe our tears away and fight on for another day. There's sunlight. We're going to keep going till we bring it for the Eric Gardners and the Breonna Taylors, whose boyfriend is here tonight. Kenny Walker. Sean Bell. So many that did not get this night. This night is for them. Let us pray. Let's lock arms and pray like we can, folks.
That's
right. Come on, Brandon. Where's Filoni?
Right here.
Come on. Yeah, come on. You and Rodney come up front. Ain't no use hiding now.
Push down. See, that's all I got to push down.
Brother Chris, get next to the Attorney General there. Let's pray. Dear God, we thank you for giving us the strength to stand together. Sometimes we would question each other. Sometimes we say this is just going to be a waste of time.
Inshallah, brother.
But somehow you touch us in the midnight hours and teach us to hold on. And that if we would be faithful over a few things, you'd give us the victory over many. We thank you because we know it was not any doing of ours, but your loving kindness and your tender mercy that made tonight possible. Bless those that worked, that made this prosecution something they couldn't deny. Bless those policemen that got on the stand and testified against another policeman. Bless the jury that listened
as an
to
atheist,
the
I'm triggered. Yeah, I don't really care about this stuff. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I'm not a very, I'm not a very religious person in general. I also don't really I'm not a big fan of Al Sharpton in general either. This part of the process is not as interesting or important for me, from my point of view. Question for everyone who didn't think the election mattered: if Trump was still president, do you think he'd pardon Chauvin right now, or do you think he would have counter-programmed an announcement against the verdict reading? Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? God is watching. You want to go to hell, brother? If God is watching all the time, right? So, what's up? It's not going to change whether or not I watch Al Sharpton pray on television. Okay. Donald Trump can't charge. It's not a federal case. That's one. Two, it doesn't fucking matter. This is, guys, the reason why I look to Nancy Pelosi on top of looking to what do you call it? The reason why I look to Nancy Pelosi and talk about Nancy Pelosi while I simultaneously r/atheist take, guys, you know I am #1 at respecting people's religious liberties. Give me a fucking break. I don't care about Al Sharpton doing a televised prayer. Your life is not going to change whether you hear it or not. I'm trying to sneak in as many fucking points of view as I can currently, okay? Anyway, listen. The problems that we talk about here on this broadcast, the problems that reoccur, the patterns that reoccur in the George Floyd case and Daunte Wright, from all the way down from the paperwork all the way down for the training that the officers were taught, all the way up to the criminal justice system. The entire system is fundamentally flawed. The entire system is slanted against black and brown individuals and poor people in general. So it does not matter if Joe Biden is the president or Donald Trump is the president. Sure, there are other aggravating factors when you have a reactionary president. Absolutely. Donald Trump being president galvanizes, emboldens these racist dipshits, right? Certainly. Okay, you understand? I get that. But these issues have been around. These factors, these principles, these fundamentals that are a really, unfortunately, important part of American history. These fundamentals have been around for a very long time. They've been around a lot longer than Joe Biden has, and goddamn Joe Biden has been around for a very long fucking time. And unfortunately, they will continue to be a problem. That's why I make fun of Nancy Pelosi when she says stuff like, oh, I'm glad that, come on, shouts out to George Floyd for dying. You're at Cash App, just go down the hall. Hasan. This is not, as I've said already, this is not justice. What happened today is not justice. What happened today is the first step towards justice. What happened today is yet another instance of accountability against the police force, accountability against police brutality. Okay? I can't wait to put you on my banner. What? Fucking Christ, Zach. Okay. As I was saying, what happened today is the first step towards justice. All right?
You saw Derek Chauvin putting his hands behind his back, being handcuffed and led out of the court. What did you think?
Justice.
People were suspecting that Van Jones would cry today, no matter what
I've seen
happened.
so many kids who've done so much less than him walk out of courtrooms in handcuffs with much less evidence. I've seen kids do 20 years, 30 years on snitch evidence. Just one kid testify against another kid and go away to prison. You don't have TV cameras and body cameras and cell phones. So many young people from that community.
He does have really good takes, though.
And cops getting away with murder over and over again. That's what justice looks like. When people all we want is the police to obey the law. We're not asking for anything but that. For the police to obey the law. And when they break the law, they should have handcuffs just like anybody else. We don't want them to be below us or beneath us. They should obey the law. That is what justice looks like.
Do you worry? You saw Derek Chauvin.
Wait, have you looked at Shapiro's Twitter yet? He makes me so mad. I need someone to counter him, please. I already did. Go look under the Ben Shapiro tweet and you'll see my reply. Worth remember the initial statement by the police? Yeah. I was going to talk about this earlier today, but if you want to understand why this entire system is fundamentally corrupt, remind yourself of how this interaction was originally documented by cops. He deleted the ratioed tweet? Shut the fuck up. Okay. They're making fun of you on the Cash App stream? Why? What are they saying? Jesus Christ, that's a 10x ratio. I'm going to jail, boys. I think that's illegal. I think that might, like, literally not be legal, boys. You all played a part in that, so you're going to jail too. Yeah, you're coming to the Cash App streamer jail with me, boys. Let's do it. You look like you're in a prison cell right now. Yeah. A prison cell with bisexual lighting. Anyway, I just... Going back to the serious thing that we were talking about, but it's like... This is how the Minneapolis police originally reported George Floyd's murder, right? They said, man dies after medical incident during police interaction. On Monday evening, shortly after 8 p.m., officers from the Minneapolis Police Department responded to a 3700 block of Chicago Avenue South on a report of forgery in progress. Officers were advised that the suspect was sitting on top of a blue car and appeared to be under the influence. 2 officers arrived and located the suspect, a male believed to be in his 40s, in his car. He was ordered to step from his car. After he got out, he physically resisted officers. Officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted that he appeared to be suffering medical distress. Officers called for an ambulance. He was transported to the Hennepin County Medical Center by an ambulance where he died short time later. So, the reason why I am mentioning this, at no time were the weapons of any type were used and involved in this incident. So, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because if it wasn't for cameras, if it wasn't for body cameras, if it wasn't for the numerous witnesses, if it wasn't for the testimony of the 911 dispatcher, if it wasn't for all of these people coming together and saying, what the fuck are you doing? George Floyd would be like the hundreds of local news stories that you never hear about. So I need you to remember that. That's the reason why, like, this is a first fucking step. And this shit happens all the goddamn time, dude. It went viral because people filmed it, because people were upset, because people were so disturbed. They were so disturbed. Okay, I'll go and watch what AOC is saying in a second. But because people were so fucking disturbed that they got mad, they took to the streets, they showed their righteous anger in this circumstance, and a little bit of change occurred. It shouldn't take this much to get justice. I don't know how to watch AOC's Instagram. I'm not logged on to my Instagram on here, so... Is it like Instagram.com/AOC and I'll be able to see it, or what's the deal? It should not take this much. Yeah, I can't. I need to log on to my Instagram to be able to watch AOC's live stream. Unless you guys have another one. Another link or something. It's like not letting me watch it. I need to log into Instagram to watch it. I'm not going to log into my Instagram on the Cash App. I do need to log in, dude. I do need to literally log in to watch it. This sums it up. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite Malcolm X quotes. I've talked about this before many times. Here you go. It's the knife in the back.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. They won't even admit the knife is there.
You feel how...
Millionaire getting paid millions by companies? What a socialist, says CEO of socialism. Thank you, CEO of socialism. Socialism is when you don't get paid, and the less you get paid, the more socialist it is. Okay. You could watch it later. She's just saying stuff that you saw. Maybe we are at acknowledging the knife is there. Almost maybe. I mean, kind of. What am I doing to celebrate 420 and this what did this mayor say? George Floyd came to Minneapolis to better his life, but ultimately his life will have bettered our city. The jury, bro, it's so bad, dude. People are trying to desperately here. People are trying to desperately like say something nice, and it's just so bad. It's like you just come across as like a complete out of touch asshole when you say like, oh, it's cool that like George Floyd was murdered. Just don't say that.
Hello. Hey, how you doing?
How's Gianna doing?
This is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden calling George Floyd's family.
Nothing is going to make it all better, but at least God, now there's some justice.
Right.
And you know, I think a John is coming. My daddy's going to change the world. He's going to start to change it now.
That's right.
Yes. Amen. Start to change it now. So, you've been incredible. You're an incredible family. I wish I were there just to put my arms around you. I'm standing here with Cedric. We've been talking, we've been watching every second of this, and the Vice President, all of us, and we're all so relieved. Not just one verdict, but all three, really on all three counts. And it's really important. I'm anxious to see.
God, he's so fucking good at warning, dude.
I really am. And we're going to get a lot more done.
He's just good at fucking morning, brother.
We're going to stay at it till we get it done.
Hopefully this is the momentum for the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act to get passed and have you sign.
That and a lot more. Not just that, but a lot more.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, this is going to be our first shot at dealing with genuine systemic racism. Look, there's two people here that feel strongly as I do. The Vice President, she wants to say something.
Okay.
I'm just so thankful to the entire family. Your courage, your commitment, your strength has been a strength for so many people. And this is a day of justice in America. And your family is going to show real leaders at this moment where
The
we need
officers that stood by, by the way, for those of you asking, for what will happen to the officers that stood by, their case, are we going? Are we going in?
No, check it
out. Okay, their case is going to happen in a couple months, so we're waiting on their case as well.
And in George's name and memory, we are going to make sure his legacy is intact and that history will look back at this moment and know that it was an inflection moment. You had to sacrifice so much, your family did too. But we really do believe that with your leadership and the president that we have in the White House, that we're going to make something good come out of this tragedy, okay?
Let's get over there now. All right, I think, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls.
Second table, we're good.
MBs, well, I mean, they just want me to end it when the first table starts, so I'll take a little bit break myself too. Look, I love you guys. I'm gonna host the Cash App stream now. They're gonna go play Uno. Once that's over and done with, like, Will and I are gonna be participating. This is months in advance that we fucking I said that I was gonna do this, but I'm gonna go play some Uno right now with some of your favorite streamers and shit like that. I think Matt Pat is here too, which I think is really cool. I've never met him. I don't know if he's still here, but that was like one person I was like excited to meet, and also excited to hang out with Will and Austin and all them.
And we fucking love you, chat.
Yeah,
fucking love you.
So I'm going. Yeah, I know it's weird. I know it's like kind of a weird change of pace, but that's literally what I was supposed to do today. And luckily, they allowed me to even stream from here because I had made this obligation prior, and I didn't want to fucking last second like ditch and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not coming in. So I am going to host the Cash App stream right now, okay? And I will try to be back after. As soon as that's over, as soon as that's done, I'm going to most likely go home and you know, start the broadcast again. But you know, some good news here today. Like I said, it's not justice, it's a first step, it's accountability, and you know, that's It's ultimately a good thing. I know the bar is set very low and it feels shitty sometimes, but you got to take the W's where you can. All right? So hopefully I will win now $1 million of Bitcoin. $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, which could be $1 million. Who knows? How does that work? I don't know. Anyway.
Magnets, how do they work?
Yeah, I don't know anything. Okay, all right.
Enjoy the holiday, guys. We missed you already.
Okay. All right, let me host them. What is it? Is it Cash App, right?
Yeah.
Just Cash App?
If you pull open
all right, hosting Cash App now. Bye, guys.